everyone, and welcome to the introduction of one of the most exciting changes coming to Hearthstone Esports in 2022. Lobby Legends is going to be the debut for Battlegrounds within the competitive Hearthstone ecosystem. While we've seen some invitational events in the past and various community members have put on some awesome community events in their own right, this will be the first time that a truly open and competitive system will be provided to allow people to find out who the true Lobby Legend is. With our first event, Lobby Legend Raid Leaders, right around the corner, I'm here to give you the lowdown on exactly how everything works. Qualification for Lobby Legends starts on ladder. Yes, the very same ladder that you are playing right now. You just missed a triple, by the way. If you manage to finish in the top 16 on ladder in any region during a qualifying period, you will find yourself invited to a 48-player qualifying tournament. Finish top 12 in that qualifier, and you are then joined by 4 players from the China region to make a 16-player Lobby Legends tournament. This process is then repeated throughout the year, with each individual Lobby Legends event offering a $50,000 prize pool, totaling $500,000 in prize money for Battlegrounds Esports in its debut year in 2022. So how exactly do the events themselves work? Well, for the sake of brevity, I will be referring to the Broadcast Finals tournament right now, but if you would like to know how the qualifiers work, you can check out the full rulebook, which will be linked in the video description. The 16 qualified players for a Lobby Legend event will be broken up into 2 different lobbies, each containing 8 players. These lobbies will each play 3 games of Hearthstone Battlegrounds, with points being rewarded for each individual respective finish within those games. At the end of the 3 games, the 4 players in each lobby with the highest total number of points will progress into a final lobby of 8, where the process is repeated, but with one crucial difference. In the final lobby, we will be implementing the check format, which means that players must first reach a cumulative total of 20 points to put the rest of the lobby in check, but then they must win a game, finishing in first place in order to secure the tournament victory. This means that towards the end of a tournament, we might have 1 player on 20 points or more, we might have multiple players on 20 points or more, all scrapping for that all-important first place finish that will end the tournament. Check format really rewards high-risk, high-reward play towards the end of an event, and it also means that the eventual winner ends on a high, going out with a game victory under their belt. And finally, it is with great pleasure that on top of all of that information, I can also announce that Battlegrounds Lobby Legends will be streaming on both YouTube and Twitch throughout 2022. Furthermore, players will be allowed and in fact encouraged to restream their own perspective throughout the tournament. So if you want to follow a particular player's route through a tournament exclusively, you can absolutely do that. You can hop around from multiple players, you can stick with the main feed, but if you really want to avoid those pesky sappable casters, you can absolutely do that as long as enough players are willing to stream their own perspectives. This sense of community involvement is something that we're very eager to promote this year with Battlegrounds Lobby Legends, and we really want the hills to be alive with the sound of rerolls, and for Battlegrounds Lobby Legends to be the talk of the town throughout the entire Battlegrounds community. And so that is you all caught up to date with Battlegrounds Lobby Legends. All that remains is to remind you to check out our debut broadcast, Lobby Legends Raid Leaders, which starts on April 2nd, live on youtube.com/Hearthstone and twitch.tv/PlayHearthstone. Also, don't forget to follow at HS Esports on Twitter to make sure you do not miss any crucial updates throughout the year. And if you really want to dig into the nitty-gritty and the finer details, the full rulebook for Lobby Legends will be linked in the description below. So are you excited for Lobby Legends? Which player do you think is going to dominate proceedings throughout the year? If you have the answers to those questions or any questions that you might have, go ahead and leave them in the comments below. Take care, everyone, and we will see you in the lobby.
Greetings from the tavern and welcome to the inaugural esports event for Hearthstone Battlegrounds. My name is Gia and it's my great pleasure to welcome my co-caster, one of the most prominent streamers and competitors in the VG community. It's Lissa. How's it going?
I am great. I'm so excited to be here today for our first Lobby Legends Battleground event. Thanks for having me.
We are super happy to have you here. Perspectives from somebody who has been there since the very beginning. 2019 is when Battlegrounds was released. It's been 3 years in the making. I know you, Lissa, have been one of the loudest voices in the community asking for an official open qualification system for Battlegrounds, because up until now we have had invitationals. You have had the chance to participate in the Chinese Gold League, but it's the first time that we truly have an open, anyone can make it type of competition for Battlegrounds. And it has all come down to this: 16 of the best players in the world. What are you most looking forward to seeing?
I'm so looking forward to watch these top competitors play. It is a grind to get here. You have to be the top of your MMR, and then you have to qualify, and then we're going to have 8 players here today. I'm going to take the Gia to go over the format today.
Yeah, that's right. We do have 2 separate lobbies of 8 players, Lobby A and Lobby B, playing out 3 games each. So we have a total of 6 games to be played here, where the top 4 from each of those lobby will advance to tomorrow, the final, where we are playing something called the check format, something very different than anything we've seen in Battlegrounds before. In community tournaments, we've had team play, usually in pairs. Now it's every man for themselves, and then we have check on top of it. Can you take us a little bit through that?
Yeah, so check format, the way it's going to work is our competitors will still be earning points based on their placement, but once they've earned 20 points, they will put the lobby into check, kind of like chess. So once the lobby's in check, the player who has 20 points or more, the next first place that they get will win the tournament and end the tournament. So you have to get to 20 points, that's the condition, and then once you've hit that condition, you need to get a first place to win it all.
Yes, thank you, Lissa. Very much better explained than subtle just a few minutes ago. And yes, this check format, I feel, will be changing a little bit of the meta towards the end of the tournament, where we could see players going for specifically trying to grief one person who's ahead in the lobby. Maybe we're going to see some bigger risks taken as well. But we are getting a bit ahead of ourselves because that is just for tomorrow. Because today we are just going to determine first who are the 8 players playing it out on Sunday. And that means we have to figure out how they can get to the top 4. It's the point system. Once again, as anybody who's watched Battlegrounds Esports before should be familiar with, depending on your placement, you can earn yourself a set amount of points. Anyone coming from Constructed might not be so used to this because it is not a binary nature of win or lose. It is 8 players competing against each other, and so it's all about trying to creep up every single placement you can. Every 1 point, every placement you get, even an individual one higher, is going to matter to the highest degree. And Lissa, I know you've played in some tournaments before where the distribution's a little bit different. Any thoughts?
Yeah, so normally there is a premium put on first place, where first place will get an extra point, and so first place is very valuable. But in this situation, there is not a premium for first. Therefore, you want to play a bit more safer, just trying to guarantee these top 4s, because we only have 3 games, and on top of that, there isn't the premium, so just trying to guarantee these top 4s and getting into the top 4, because sorry, I'm repeating myself, but 4 players are moving forward, so just consistency of getting those top placements is all you need. You do not need to just continually get first places unless you've gotten the bottom 8, of course.
Don't worry, Lissa. The secret to casting is repeating yourself, but the second time you say it, just add exactly, just add more energy the second time and the third time, and then people won't notice. But you're absolutely right. It is just an even placement of 1 more point for every time you go up, distributed in completely fair increments. So it's just trying to make sure you can be as consistent as possible today. Even if you scrape by with 3 4th places, that is, you know, more than likely you'll be able to get through to tomorrow, where the stakes get even higher and the check format enters into play. But what exactly is at stake here for the players is a $50,000 prize pool. Just for showing up, you get $1,250, but it was quite a difficult road to get here. Everybody's playing for that first first place prize of 10 grand. But can you talk a little bit more about how the players qualified to get to top 16 in the first place?
Yeah, so basically what the players had to do was in the February season, they had to get top 16 in their region. And the top 16 per region was invited to a qualifier, which was played offline, though a lot of the players did stream their perspectives. And this qualifier was 2 lobbies, 3 games each, and the top 4 from each lobby progressed until we got to our final 12. That is for APAC, for Americas, and for Europe. China has also brought 4 players and did their own qualification system.
That is right. All the players here, every single one of them has spent thousands of gold paying Bob. They have spent thousands of hours in the game, and now they get to make thousands of dollars. And I know everybody is waiting to see just who has made it so far, who are our top 16. Well, we have them divided into Lobby A and Lobby B, so fear not if you don't see your favorite player here quite yet. Most likely they'll be playing in the second half of the day, the second 3 games, so stick around until the end. But here in Lobby A, we do have Babofat, Bayou, Educated Collins, Karamon, Max 7Key, Ponpada, Summer, and Zoin Yu. We have an even distribution of players from every region, 2 apiece. Lissa, isn't that awesome?
It is quite incredible, and it's going to be very interesting because we do have a different meta in China. So Summer and Ponpada coming over from China, Summer and Bayou will be interesting to watch. And also Ponpada and Karamon from Japan, they will also be interesting to watch because they have a lot of tournaments that they play over there. They have a lot of experience, and these are top players in tournament type of play, not as much ladder play. So I think these are going to be our players to watch.
That's right. I think it's sort of an open secret now. I mean, a lot of people didn't know it at the beginning of Battleground's sort of competitive history, but Japan has always been a powerhouse here because they have such open communication. Karamon himself known for writing a player dictionary almost on how to play all the different heroes. However, we also have some very strong competition from Americas and EU. I will shout out to Zoin Yu as the representative from Brazil, who is a relatively new player. However, has the entire support of the LATAM community, who are powerhouses in Constructed as well behind him. I'm sure he's going to perform well. And I know there's a player you really want to talk about, Slissa.
I mean, I don't like to have any sort of caster bias. This is purely based on skill and knowledge of the game. And I'm really thinking that Educated Collins is going to win it all. I've played a lot with him. I've competed with him. I've watched his streams. He's just so educational. And I just think he's going to win it all. I have my money set on Educated Collins.
And that is a great way to plug his stream because I do believe Collins will be streaming his perspective as well, alongside our many, many co-streamers who have graciously signed up to share their own perspectives on this event. This is, of course, the main broadcast, and we do have other main broadcasts in different languages, but the co-streamers as well have a variety of different languages. So if you feel more comfortable speaking theirs, then go ahead and tune into theirs. We are all about sharing the viewership, seeing as many different perspectives as possible, truly in spirit with Battlegrounds, where it's 8 people in a lobby. Lissa, we are so close to seeing the very first game. Our players are just getting set up, but can you tell me a little bit about what has been the latest developments in the meta recently? We've had buddies introduced, but also some other changes.
Yeah, so with buddies introduced, it has really started changing the curve of the game. We weren't doing as much of a standard curve anymore, and we were seeing 2 other curves, a warrior curve and a Jeef curve. That is where you stay on tier 1 a bit longer. So we're going to see that today. This allows you to get your buddies faster. And then it's developed even more because we had friend of a friend introduced, and that created this like hyper level to 6 meta, and then it was taken away, but still there's Seafood Slinger, which is a great reason to level to 6 quickly. So in the past, right before buddies, we were seeing this tier 4 meta where you're going for these avenge cards, and now we're seeing a bit more of trying to get to these massive Amalgadon games. So that's the current meta right now. I will say that we were seeing a lot of Jeef curve and warrior curve previously, but standard curve is coming back. I've seen a lot of players playing that again. and we will be able to see when our competitors are leveling. So that's something to watch for on our side screen when the competition starts.
Yeah, I am very much looking forward to the data that players, community members like Lorinda, yes, I just dissed you, you're not a player, Lorinda, will be putting together. I'm so curious because this is our first official open qualification system tournament. It is truly a milestone for Battlegrounds, which has been already such a core part of Hearthstone as a game for many years now. A lot of our players, and you yourselves, Lissa, originally were constructed players that have now shifted their focus to Battlegrounds. Can you talk to me a little bit about the differences in skill set and what is it that draws you to this game mode?
Yeah, so Standard is very much, it's a great game mode, but you're playing the same deck over and over and over again. And the draw to Battlegrounds is just always being super flexible and getting new heroes every game, different minion types every game, Bob giving you awesome minions or terrible minions and adapting. So I just love the complexity and how every game is different. And something else that's different from Constructed is it's not win or lose. It is get the best you can do with what you're given. And if that's a 4th place, that's awesome. If that's a 3rd, and if it's a 1st, then it's amazing. Obviously, 8th place doesn't feel so good over here, but it's very different from Constructed, where it's just a win or a loss. You can kind of salvage what you're working towards. So I think that is the appeal to me as a Battlegrounds player, just the complexity, every single game being different. And I know you, on the other hand, are a legend player, and you're top 50 in Battlegrounds right now on the America server. So I think
about that. Some accidents happened recently, but let's keep the focus on you, Lissa.
No. Let's talk about you. You play both modes, and do you think the same way?
I mean, I definitely see the draws of both of them. I feel that there's a lot of overlap in the skill set, in that managing gold and economy is very important in both of them. Playing to certain curves and knowing what your power spikes are is something to have in common. But my favorite sort of distinction of Battlegrounds compared to Constructed is that I truly believe that playstyle is a real thing in Battlegrounds. In Constructed, I'm one of those people that think style is a myth. If you have enough time, you can figure out the best play in any given situation, in my opinion. I guess some people would disagree with me, but in Battlegrounds, like, so often I have watched 2 players that are of excellent caliber doing a co-op stream, and they just cannot agree on anything. One of them wants to play safe, make sure they get the guaranteed top 4. One of them wants to go for 1st place, and those are both viable ways to climb the ladder. I know there's a certain thing about your sort of win to top 4 ratio, and there's top players that have very different ratios there, but we do have our first game started, and we are on Colin's perspective on the Lord Barovs. Lissa, any first impressions on the hero selections?
Yeah, so if you look on the left, you can see our hero selections. We have some safe picks with Daryl and Deathwing. Edwin's an interesting pick right now, not currently too much in the meta. And we talked about this, how with this current style of tournament, we're going to be seeing some greedy heroes picked probably in game 2 and 3, once people realize that, hey, I need to get more points because I bottom forward. And then you will see some safe picks because you just really need to top 4 every game. So we're going to see more Daryls picked, minion or heroes that are just consistently top 4. But I do love this Lord Barov with the early token, so he could hero power turn 1.
However, we do have max 7 key without a token, which is kind of a big deal when you're on scabs, because on turn 2, you'd really love to buy and then sell your token to be able to press that hero power button. However, he does have eyes on the Barov with 1 elemental. Do you think he's going to take the risk and say that Collins didn't sell on turn 1 to bet?
If you read 1 elemental, your instinct is, oh, that's most likely a token, and so you want to hit that hero power button. But Max 7 Key is one of the best in the world, so I think he has an idea that Collins is going to sell to hero power turn 1, and was smart enough not to hero power for the water droplet.
Yeah, that is right, Max.
Sorry about that. Plus, like the early Murloc start is just so powerful that it wouldn't be worth the risk.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I wanted to talk about this Swamp Striker as one of the newest cards. It replaced the Murloc Tidehunter on tier 1, I feel has been such a cool addition to the meta here. And Collins himself had the chance to buy it, but instead he froze for the Puckbot, which we saw on his board, which I think is also a great card just to get that buddy meter rolling. But speaking of meter, one of the heroes that gets it up the quickest is Deathwing. And look at this Icky Imp start for Zoinyu. How do you think this is going to pan out?
I mean, this is beautiful for Zoinyu. Not only did he get the best minion as a pair for turn 1 and 2, he also gets the pirate so that he can Jeef curve up easily, because it's really hard on 5 gold right now. If you don't get a token, you can't buy 2 minions. If you get this pirate right here, you can level easily. Your money is so fluid, and that's super important in the early game. All these pro players know that their economy is something to keep in mind when making plays. So this was just the perfect start for Zoinyu.
And he's going to face up against Caramon on the Millhouse, which is generally you don't expect to win fights this early against Millhouse because they're able to spend their gold so much more efficiently and get additional minions. But we are going to see Zoinyu take just a minimal loss here as the Deathwing. The meter, though, just short of getting the buddy. However, it's still going to be very much on time next turn for Zoinyu. Taking a look over at the tiers on the left here, we do have Collins, Max 7 Key, Babofat, and Ponpada still on tier 1. Do you think they're all aiming for Warrior Curve?
Yeah, I could definitely see Warrior Curve besides Educated Collins on Lord Barov, who has a bit more flexible curve and can typically do a Rafam curve or a mixed Jeef curve. But I'm curious to see if he'll level this turn. And I'm very curious what Caramon's going to do with this triple in the shop. He has leveled, but 6 gold available. He could triple buy, but is he going to buy the Wrathweaver here, because I don't think he really wants to triple into a 3-drop. But if he holds it in hand, he's less likely to get his buddy. So he is going to keep it on the board so that he can hold off on tripling till probably a 5 or a 4-drop.
Yeah, I love this play. With Millhouse, you don't often get the opportunity to triple once you go beyond tier 1, I find, because your refreshes are so expensive. So I do like staying down on tier 1 for quite some time as Millhouse, and then sort of stockpile all of those triples until you have your buddy and keep cycling on tier 1. You can get even more of the triples, and then you can go for a 4 or a 5-drop, as you said. We can also take a look at the minion types that are banned from the lobby: Beast, Dragon, and Quillboard. Do you think that is going to inform Caramon's decision of what Tavern tier to go for with the triple?
Yeah, so it used to be that that Millhouse would always go for Caligos on tier 6, which is unavailable this game, but there's a ton of options now with Millhouse, especially with elementals. So tripling into a Nomi early is excellent, as well as Avenge units on 4. So I definitely think a 5-drop is what he'll be going for, and not necessarily greeting out for the 6, which is a lot harder nowadays because they did make it more expensive to level from tier 4 to tier 5.
That's right. Millhouse with elementals and aiming for 5 definitely seems good to me. He could try and get a Nomi, and if not that, pirates are also in, and a Hogger is amazing for Millhouse, essentially making every pirate bot free. But we saw the setup there from Max 7 Key, a triple in the board and a triple in the shop as well. Lots of potential to go for a 5 as well, and I definitely am looking at the Scabs and Millhouse for power spikes. But now we have Collins with a bunch of money saved up here, and this is something I always struggle with Barov. Like, how greedy can you get with the coins? Are you supposed to wait for your buddy to get in hand here, or maybe spend some on an additional minion right now?
Yeah, I love going for the triple now. It'd be a 4, but it looks like Collins is holding off so that he could use his gold, maximizing it with the buddy. He should be getting to his buddy this next turn because we see how high the meter is, and it is a tier 3 buddy. So I do love that he is just trying to actively use this gold with the buddy to double its potential and trying to get to those early 5 or 6 drops.
Right, and Barov tends to take a bit of damage in this early game while trying to level and holding on, hoarding the coins, but it works out perfectly for Collins here because we saw that Max 7 Key was greeting a bit on his triples, so Collins got all the value trades with the Wrathweavers. Gets the buddy pretty much perfect.
Everyone got the buddy there. I think only one person didn't. Like, buddies galore. It's raining buddies.
Hallelujah. That is going to be Wrathweaver bot for Collins here. I think he can straight away level to 4 because of this buddy. Every gold spent doubles up here, or rather every gold coin, I should say. And that means he can keep going up and up and up, and we'll see what the 5-drop he hits is.
Ooh.
What do you think?
I mean, you see a Nomi, you take a Nomi just for the viewers, right? But he's going to take SI Sefin, the Murloc that poisons with Avenge 3. It is a safer pick than Nomi. Nomi can be a bit slow, and I think it is a risky play. It is quite early for Nomi, though, but with a Murloc on board, I think he's noticing that he could start getting some poison minions going.
Yeah, he's got the Tad on board as well as that Icky Imp. So a pretty good Avenge setup, like very possibly in the next fight could poison both the Tad and the Sefin and maybe use that tempo from the poison minions to just level straight up to 6, something Barov can do pretty comfortably indeed. Moving over to Karamon's perspective here, he has taken his 5-drop as well. It is a Light Fang, which I want to say is not amazing for Millhouse, but at least affords him some tempo to win these next couple fights. When you don't get a super high direction 5-drop like this, what do you think he's going to go for? Just straight to 5?
Yeah, I think he's going to just try to use his different minion types on board to level to go find a Bran. But I'm actually surprised that you didn't pick the Nomi, because Nomi is a good minion for Millhouse, considering there is the Recycling Wraith on tier 4 to allow his so that he could flip through the shop for cheaper. Nomi just is a very good card for Millhouse. I'm very shocked he didn't pick it, but you know, he's a pro, so I'm not going to question him.
Everyone's a Nomi hater these days, but Max 7 Key absolutely snipes the Light Fang from the Scab's hero power and also gets the buddy due to his buddy Warden Fellwater. Basically, he's the better Millhouse right now with the brand already on board. This could get out of control really quickly. I'm a big fan of Scabs in the buddy meta. I just feel there's so many high rolly things you can do every time there is a buddy with Battle Cry in the lobby, for example, Gallywix or Yogg. You get so much value from your buddy as well here. Ends up with a Peggy, which is, you know, if you are actually Millhouse with the hero power included, you got a lot of stats with it. But Max 7 Key is the Scabs here, so I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, I feel like I wonder if he could have gotten the Nomi instead of the Light Fang, he would have maybe been a little bit happier. But Light Fang and Bran work so well together, and this taunt will be able to scale quite quickly as long as he can find some smoggers or other things to scale his elemental. He has a bit of a menagerie going, but yeah, it's not too impressive yet, but still good for the turn we're on.
Absolutely. I'm pretty interested to see whether he will stick in one direction later on, because I don't feel that Menagerie is quite valuable as an end game comp, especially if Quillbores are not here. But with that brand, this looks like a very viable setup to go for a first place if you can get to tier 6 and hit those Amalgadons. And because it's the very first game of the day, I think it is very reasonable to try and just get the best result possible. No need to play safe quite yet. I'm pretty curious as to what the Mutinous is up to, because this is one of my favorite heroes in the current meta. Haven't seen it quite so far, nor the Maiev, who is also my favorite and most won hero of all time. But we do see it's Babo Fats, who is admittedly one of the players we're less familiar with, representative from Germany, who has a very wry sense of humor based on his interviews. Got a lot of Divine Shield, so that's the good setup. Managed to get use of that buddy. But over here, Panpada on Maiev, finally stabilizing a little bit with a 6-drop here, but I can't see the rest of the board, so I can't tell what he's going to take, but okay, that's a lot of mix.
Yeah, and he had 2 triples, so Omega Buster is direction, and then he could take a second or Foe Reaper. Now we see he has Amalgadon, Seafood Slinger, Imp Mama. He takes the Imp Mama for tempo, and it's going to add a lot, especially with that golden Mechano tank at the end. He has a very tempo-oriented board, but keep in mind he's in what I call the danger zone. He is below 15 health, and that means he can die at any moment. So he needs to play as tempo-oriented as possible from this point on. So you see he's going to put all his mechanical tank at the end to try to maximize how much damage gets shot out. Just as many tokens as possible.
I also love this ghoul tech decision from Ponpada, which is not something you often see this early on in the game, but you're facing a Mutinous here as Ponpada, and he absolutely knows Mutinous. The best thing they can do with their buddy and hero power is to buff up Divine Shield minions, so that ghoul is there to pay respect to it and make sure that Ponpada can get ahead in the fight. Ponpada, one of the most prominent members of the Japanese BG community, has also participated in some international community tournaments. However, I'm going to stop myself there. The ghoul didn't die. Uh-oh.
Didn't die, and it had value with the Imp Mama, and it's just, you know, there's only 2 Divine Shields left. So the Imp Mama, this Imp Mama's not going to be able to feed at this point. There's a little bit of feeding for the Imp Mama. She needs to aim right. Oh, it's just the end of her.
That is not a Tavish. That's an Imp Mama. They're not aiming where you want you to.
No, but it still looks like he's going to have enough to win the fights, and unless it gets sniped, but I think we're good. We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
He's not going down yet.
The Buster comes in clutch here, and wow, it's going to end up just being 3 microbots left for Ponpada, which means not too much damage on Babofat, but it is going to take him below the damage cap as well. So at least 2 players in the danger zone now, like you mentioned. But taking a look on the other side of the spectrum, top 2 players here, Summer and Bayu, are 2 representatives from China in Lobby A, absolutely dominating here. On the Daryl, though, I feel this is around the turn they start to fall off a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, this is around the turn. He's buffed up 2 minions. He's holding off a turn to scale this replicating menace on the far left because he can attach that to his Deflecto bot. So it looks like he's just kind of saving up gold, feeling safe here, especially because he's not in the danger zone, where we do have 4 players below 15 health in that danger zone. Summer from China is on Edwin, who we don't see often, but he has a lot of tempo because he has 3 Divine Shield minions who are getting all these stats. His buddy online getting strong and thick over there. So he's looking quite healthy, and I think he's in a good position. I'm still just surprised to see Edwin in this tournament because I just barely see him on the ladder anymore. But like we said earlier, China does have a different meta than us, so we're going to see different gameplays from them.
They've had a different meta, I suppose, the last we've seen from them, and truly the last big showcase was at HGI a few months ago. Like, they could have changed playstyle quite a bit, and what I'm seeing in common from both of these boards is just very, very heavy tempo play. Like, I think both Summer and Bayu were very conservative about preserving their health so far, but their scaling doesn't look quite so strong as the potential from some of our other players. So perhaps just trying to secure top 4s as consistently as possible, which is what we talked about, the name of the game for this first day of the tournament, could work out very well for them here. But that trade of the buddy into the Divine Shield of the Deflecto bot means that Summer is going to take 10 damage here from the Daryl, probably more than he was expecting.
And we see Educated Collins over here on Lord Baroff taking a ton of damage from Maiev. Yes, because Maiev has so many 6-drops online, but can't take more than 15 because he is not in the danger zone. He is free to survive, but he is now in the danger zone, and nobody died that turn. Whoa. Everyone stayed alive. We just have more players in that danger zone. It looks like we're going to have a lot of players going out on the same turn in this grindy lobby, with only 3 players secure from dying: Zoinyu, Summer, and Bayu above 15.
Crazy players just surviving by the skin of their teeth. That was absolutely the story during the qualification as well. We know these are top players that are very careful when they need to be, but it's so hard to play safe at this point. Collins on tier 6 with a Seafood Slinger, looking for more Amalgadons. Doesn't find a Primal Fin, but is starting to hedge here, just taking a golden on Felfin Navigator. What is the other 6-drop? These are not great. Eliza, some tempo.
Yeah, the Amalgadon has the Wind Fury, so that will work a bit. Yeah, he has a lot of money this turn, so he's going to be scaling way bigger than he was last turn. And another Seafood Slinger, not quite what he was looking for, but gets another good Murloc from the shop. So maybe this one has the gold.
We'll see.
The Amalgadon.
Another seafood thing. We can go again, but the rope is burning. Oh my goodness. This is where I fall apart, Slissa. I am a low APM player. That is why disasters happen, but Collins can make this work still. It's just Slinger after Slinger.
Cool, calm, collected Collins. Able to get his hero power in that last minute, too. And think about it. He kept his chill. He is on top of it, but will he survive to this mill house?
Big 50-50 at the beginning here. Does it or go straight into the shield? And it went straight into the shield. But that Soul Devourer going on the Bran is a great outcome for Collins. He just wants to get as many Avenge activations as possible. That's why he positioned his Murlocs in the back. Could this end as a tie potentially?
This is looking fine. This is looking in Collins' favor. And he will not knock. He'll put my Millhouse to 1 health. So again, very grindy lobby. Did anyone? Oh, we have 1 out. It's
yeah, Max 7 key is our first casualty of the lobby. The Scabs was looking very, very good with those triple setups, but something went wrong along the way. However, Collins is truly popping off now. That is a golden primal fin. That is potentially many Amalgadons, but I feel like somebody else in this lobby has been hoarding them because he just cannot find any Amalgadons.
No, he has another, again, a miss. So takes a little rag, just, picks up whatever. Still looking. He has money, especially with this Tempest in hand. Curious to see. No, he won't have a way to get it out with the little rag.
Yeah, I just don't think he has the board space. He has to fully commit to Murlocs here. Mechs are in, so also looking for an Anoia module to stick onto the Amalgadon. Unfortunately, he did lose his bet, so he can't quite get any value from his buddies on this turn. I expect he's just going to hold them in hand here. However, these shops have not been particularly great, and the Mutinous is going to have Divine Shields almost certainly, so Collins potentially also looking for a ghoul at the end here. We did get word from our production specialist, Sottle here, who is shot calling. Thank you so much. That nobody else has Amalgadons in play, which is insane. Collins just has not been hitting, even though nobody's been hoarding them.
No, that's incredible to me that we have not seen any Amalgadon. Maybe they were taken out of the meta for this game today, just so we wouldn't see anything wild happen. Not sure, but we did not find the ghoul, what we were talking about. I know Collins was likely looking for it, but he'll just end on this selfless hero to get a Divine Shield on one of his poisons and pray that this is enough. And we switch on over to Zornyu, who's on Deathwing and playing a Scam Pirate comp, one of my favorites. This Scam Pirate comp allows endless scallywags to attack into the opponent for some very fun and interactive gameplay.
It's true. One of your favorite comps and also Zoyanyu's favorite comp. Like, we did get the chance to ask some of our players questions about their favorite minions and heroes, etc. And Zoyanyu answered his favorite comp is Exodia Pirates, as we fondly call it. And it is very much coming to fruition here. He has so many stats here, I think way more than enough to beat on the Daryl. The comp does feel very powerful, but I feel it's also potentially one of the most counterable. If your opponent has the read on it, they can try and tech in Void Lords or Acolyte of Cthulhu to actually stop there being board space once enough Scally tokens go in. But obviously the Daryl didn't quite have the read, and they are dead because of it.
Yes, there's no longer a 15 damage cap, and so Bayou on Daryl, who we talked about was this top 4 hero, but 4 people are out. Someone died to the ghost of Cutter Butter. Max 7 Keys ghost goes and kills somebody's body. Oh no, we are into our top 3 with Educated Collins. We got Zoinyu and Pompado on by Ebb in the top 3. A 4-way tie. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the points are going to be so tight down there with our entire middle of the bracket going out on the same turn. Collins also bet on the Ghost not winning that fight, so he didn't get the gold here, but I think he's still fine. He was popping off with the Primal Fins. We do take a look at Panpada here, who has been one of the most consistent performers in Japanese community tournaments and also international community tournaments. Pocky Plays, who is a very friendly and amazing streamer who has hosted a bunch of those tournaments. Panpada has basically won all of them. and many people in the community have referred to Ponpada as just being the best in the world right now, currently dominating on the Maiev, even though he was at 8th place a few turns ago, getting rewarded for his patience. Earlier in that turn, we did see him skip over a Kangor's Apprentice triple. Do you want to go into why that's correct, Lissa?
Yeah, so if you triple at Kangors, it will read that your first 4 mechs that die get resummoned, and it's way better that your first 2 mechs get resummoned twice, because you're trying to target your Omega Busters to be resummoned, as opposed to the ones that come out of the Omega Busters. So tripling Kangor is what we call a bait, and we don't do that. So yes, obviously the correct play.
Yeah, that's right. There's often not enough board space to get all 4 of those resummons from the Golden Kangor. So Ponpada, way too good for that. Never going to get baited here. But we do have what looks to be at first a close fight, but it really depends where these Scally tokens go, right? There's a few ways for them here. Okay, got some space now, and now there's even less minions that the Scally can value trade over. And actually, as the Exodia Pirates, Zoyanu doesn't want to value trade with the Scallies. He wants as much board space as possible so he can get many attacks and keep buffing the Pirates with these Golden Elizas.
Yep. That's the only downfall to this comp, is that these Scallies, if they don't die and there's no board space, they will not summon. So as you see here, there's no longer board space unless this dies, and now he's locked out. He will not get any more Scallywags summoned. So this is the downfall to the comp, is that they can get countered by small minions. Small minions are king in this game, apparently. I always thought that was the big minions, but it's the scary little ones that can do the damage.
Right. However, these trades are still going very well for Zoyanu. I mean, he sniped that Mechano tank relatively early towards the end here. We can see, however, that this Deflectobot lives, and it depends as to whether, okay, it has killed most of the relevant minions, so Ponpada still can see another round here, and I'm sure Collins is still alive as the person who faced the ghost. And now, oh yeah, he finally found an Amalgadon and a triple. And this is a great time to ask you a little bit about sort of the interplay of the different endgame comps in Battlegrounds. Some people say there's a triangle of big stats beats tokeny mech boards, tokeny mech boards beats poisons, and poisons beats the big stats. So with that interplay, who do you think is most favored here?
Yeah, it's paper, rock, scissors, as you were just saying. But the thing about Collins and his Murlocs is they have a ton of stats on it. So these token mechs lose to big stats, but they beat Murlocs. But if your Murlocs are big enough, they will survive. So I think as long as Collins keeps pushing with the brand, I believe he still had a brand on board to keep pushing stats, he should be fine. And he's probably unwilling to sell brand until he knows that he's in the top 2. Oh, he does not have the brand. That's my apologies. So he's not going to be able to scale as well. But with this triple in shop, that is one huge Murloc, over 100 health. I think he might be big enough.
But there might not be a next turn, so honestly, I'm super curious about Ponpada's turn as well, because we did see him end up with the Baron on the very last chop, had to sell out of his big tank to have the gold to buy it, which I think was the correct decision. Painful to part with it, but he absolutely wants more stats here. However, he did end up tripling the Kangors, and in this niche situation where he actually has 5 Omega Busters essentially with a golden and 2 normal ones, I think it does make sense.
Yes, we're able to snipe the Baron from Collins' side. You love to see the early snipe, and if you can early snipe the Kangors and there's no space, which he did! He sniped it, so only 2 minions summoned, only 1 Omega Buster. The problem is, can we get the plants to knock off the Divine Shields? That is the dream for Collins right now. Plants need to do good work. Oh, the miss.
Oh man. Scale of 2 biases here. I'm like, the early snipe and the Baron. I'm like, oh no, and you're like, we love to see the early snipe and the Baron.
the APAC.
Oh look, I am a Collins fan, but I am first and foremost an APAC caster, and this is Collins. I think based
look
on
at him jamming out. Look at his happiness. You cannot love educated Collins. His plants to put in work, knocked off Divine Shields, sniped the Kangaroo, sniped the Barons, putting him into top 2 with Zoinyu. That is a double America's top 2 with Zoinyu from Brazil and Educated Collins from USA. I'm not going to take sides, but yeah, I'm just going to point that out.
All right, we have 2 Americas players in top 2. We have a Europe player in the bottom. I just know that this is not constructed. It is a whole different ball game. So I am not used to it, but I am very much enjoying this neck and neck end game. And we do have, of course, the interplay of the big poison Murlocs versus Scally comp, which I'm sure Collins will be aware that is what Zoinyu is running. How do you think he's going to tech around it here?
So having, small little, what we talked about, the acolytes, to make sure that the scallywags don't die. There is a module in shop. I think, so one way to defeat the Scallywag comp is to have these tiny small minions so that the Scallywags don't die. But if you have enough stats, then you just win. But the problem is we know that Zoinyu has a lot of golden Elizas, so...
Definitely close here. I mean, that module can be played individually. Oh, he even sells his poison taunt, which is huge, to make sure that the Scallywags don't immediately die when going into them. He plays the module just straight up and buys a Void Lord. He is willing to play down to 6 minion Andy mode in order to be as strong as possible against the Scally comp. This is very, very clever stuff. I think it's gonna work out for him here. Didn't even go for the golden selfless because he knows it's not about shielding the poisons here. It's about stopping the Scallies from multiplying.
Yep, I love this play from Collins. He had a read. He knew that his opponent, Zoinyu, was playing the scam comp, the scam pirates, as I call them. The true name, Exodia. The perfect tech, the perfect play around, and it looks good news for Educated Collins, but is it going to be enough stats on the Murlocs to defeat the other side of the board?
Slissa, you told me you didn't know card names, but I didn't think it was so bad that you thought the true name of this comp is Exodia. That is not from Hearthstone. That is also a community-made name. But however, at the end of the day, you don't get to react because it's gonna keep going.
We have more time. I wonder if Zoinyu will drop an Eliza, because one way you can get around having these small taunts is to have less Eliza, but it's not going to work out to beating these Murlocs. So possibly a zap early to get rid of the Anoia module. Yeah, a lot of decisions to be made from Zoinyu's side.
It's so weird that it's the Scally player that's looking for a zap here when it's usually the player that's going against the Scally comp that wants to play for zap, which could, potentially still be useful for Collins here. We do see it would hit the Ghoul first, if ever. But let's say the Ghoul were to attack first from Zoinyu. I feel like there's a chance that the zap could still get some work done against the Baron, even if it's golden, because there's no Quillbore in this lobby, and so there's no chance for Zoinyu to just add stats as he pleases onto his tech minion and make them more resilient against Zap. I don't think either player has hit the Zap though, so it comes down to a positioning war. What do you think Zoinyu should go for?
Yeah, so one thing that Zoinyu is looking at is putting the Eliza first, but then it wouldn't create space. And you need space for the Khadgar to be able to work, which is why you usually either play down a minion or play a Ghoul. So I think he's hoping to attack first with this Selfless. And we're going to see how it turns out. He does not get to attack first, meaning that he's not going to get the Khadgar value here.
That's huge. But also we can take a look at Zoinyu's hand. He has 2 zaps just saved up in the bank. He talked about how he could potentially play it to snipe the module, but instead he's bought them, I think, purely just to deny them from the pool for Collins, because in Battlegrounds on tier 6, there's only 7 total copies of each tier 6 minion available. The fact that Zoinyu has hoarded 2 zaps means it's less likely that Colin can find it and try and use that to tech around here. However, the way these trades are going, I honestly cannot tell who's going to be in the lead. Do you have any ideas?
It looks like it's going to Zoinyu because of the Divine Shield, or I'm not sure. But I wanted to point out with the zaps as well, he might be waiting to triple it, because if it's triple zap, then he can guarantee to get through the Void Lord and the module.
We just can't tell because we don't know how many Scallies are left, but it looks like the train ends there. The Golden Khadgar, Golden Baron, still getting a lot of work done. However, I think it should always go to Zoin Yu because there was simply not enough health on the Murloc to deal with the 2 remaining big minions. And because he's on tier 6 with a tier 5 minion surviving, that is the perfect 11 damage needed for the exact kill and the first place finish for Collins. Sasa, in our rehearsal, our observer who is playing Zoin Yu won, and it's actually just come to fruition now in real life. I can't believe
it's scripted. It's all scripted. I knew it. So you can see the point breakdown here. Zoin Yu in first currently with 7 points. Educated Collins with 6. Pampada with 5. And a huge tie between Stubborn Bayou, Baba Fett, and Karaman with 2.5 points each. Max 7 Key with 0 points, but 2 more games to go to try to make his comeback.
That is right. We have a 4-way tie here. And just like how the MMR is rewarded on ladder, here if we have players going out on the same turn, that means the number of points they get are divided equally among the number of players who got knocked out there. So we are going to have a very, very tight race no matter what. Only 3 games to be played out, and making sure that you can get to that top 4 slot is all important. Panpada, I feel, has got to be a little bit mad here. I think he got scammed in his fight versus Collins. I think you can admit that even though you're a Collins fan.
What?
However, ends up.
I'm not admitting anything.
you know it inside, Slissa. Don't lie.
No. That's lie.
However, we're both losers here because it is Zoin Yu who is the winner here. It is LATAM's day with this first lobby. Huge news here. Max 7 Key has a lot to make up for, though. It's not often that you're going to get into a position where you're so far behind the rest of the field, but as it happened, nobody got a 7th. There's 4 people that got a 5.5.
Yeah, or 2.5, I believe, right? So he's actually not too far behind because 4 people went out and 1 to his dead body. Like, I think it's huge for Educated Collins and Zoin Yu and Pampada that they are way far ahead of the group. It's excellent for them since there's only 2 games left. But that 4th place spot is definitely up for grabs, and possibly the 3rd. I think Collins and Zoin Yu, we're going to see them picking some safe heroes now, and we're going to see many players going for some greedy heroes in these upcoming 2 lobbies.
All right, so I'm going to ask you again, now that we've seen this replay start to finish. There was a snipe on the Baron, and then there was a snipe on all the mech spawning minions before shields were taken off of the Deflecto bots. Scam or not scam? Final answer.
Not scam. The opponent didn't use taunt. If they would have had some taunts out, it would have been different. But this is not a scam, no.
Okay. She rests her case, and
I rest my case.
And I will swiftly change topic here. We got to see the final fight once again, because this was truly a thing of beauty. I think Collins played his heart out, very, very smartly navigating these last 2 fights. It was sort of a back-to-back double header on who got to get first place here. Collins initially playing down to 6 minions and teching for the Scally comp, but the counterattack from Zoin Yu, even though he didn't get to attack first, having that selfless hero teched in here came in so clutch, because it meant that the poison minions didn't get to just 1-for-1 trade with all of these big minions at the end here. And there was also, I think, a big 50-50 at the end as to where the poison minion would hit. Whether it was the Baron or the Khadgar, and that sort of determined whether or not there would be an additional round here. We do see Zoin Yu cheering as soon as he saw the Khadgar, taking one for the team, protecting the Baron, and giving him the victory. That was an excellent first lobby. How are you feeling, Slissa?
I'm just filled with joy and happiness watching that first lobby. We saw so many high-level gameplay, so much excitement, so many whiffs on Amalgadon. I mean, just the perfect game 1. Perfect game 1.
That is true. Collins had an uphill battle, not finding Amalgadons for so long and taking extra damage in one of his earlier fights. I will admit, I think he got scammed a little bit before facing Pampada. I think fair enough in that sense. But of course, that is only our first game for the day. We do have 2 more games from Lobby A, and then all three of them to be played out for Lobby B. And once again, it's a reminder that our top 4 players from each lobby will be moving on to tomorrow, where we only have 8 players facing against themselves. themselves. And one key difference of this tournament compared to the qualification system is that our players absolutely know exactly who they're facing against here. Playstyle is a thing in Battlegrounds. You can try to get a read on your opponents, and also trying to make sure that the people on top don't necessarily run away from it. With this pan out though, with a 4-way tie, do you think people are going to try and bully Max 7 Key even more just because he has almost no chance here? If you knock him out for sure, then it kind of turns into a 7-person game?
I think the bottom 5 will bully each other. They're all gonna go at each other's throats. Maybe just let Collins and Zornu have it. But I think they're gonna be very aggressive with one another in that bottom 6 to 5.
That's right. With only 3 games, the landscape can change between every game, and there is just higher and higher stakes every time. But we do have to give our players a little chance to take a breather, so don't go anywhere. When we come back after this short break, it is Game 2 of Lobby A. Welcome back, everybody, to Lobby Legends Raid Leaders, the first ever official esports event for Hearthstone Battlegrounds, cast by a constructed enthusiast and the queen of the VG community herself, Slissa. I'm so glad I won the 50-50 on where to point. How are you doing now that we're entering the second lobby?
Oh, I lost the 50-50, dang it. I love how you call yourself the constructed enthusiast, because you're so great at Battlegrounds, just so humble.
Oh.
So humble.
I mean, I said I'm an enthusiast. My constructed rank has suffered a lot in preparation for this tournament.
Yeah,
question though, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. I mean, I'm just so pumped after that last game. We had so many good plays, and just getting to see Exodia Pirates in a tournament, I didn't think we would get to see that, because it's not as much seen in the top level because there are so many tech options, but Zoinyu is apparently a perfectionist at the comp, so he played it so well. Got to see the Murlocs, got to see a ghost kill someone and 4 people die at the same time. Like, just beautiful game.
It's true. And we can also talk a little bit here, I guess, about the mini interviews we sort of did with our players. I think each of you and me taking our half of the work to reach out to the players and sort of see their thoughts on the game, their history in playing Battlegrounds. And I know you got to ask Zoinyu some questions.
Yeah, I did. So I spoke to Zoinyu, asking him, how long have you played Battlegrounds and so what? And he's only been playing Battlegrounds for a year. He is from the auto battler realm, so he's played other auto battlers before. But it's so crazy to see how good he is at this game for only playing it for 1 year. I am quite thoroughly impressed. But his favorite comp is Pirate Exodia. Favorite minion, Bran. And favorite hero, going with Bran, is Jandis. So you love to hear it. So yeah, he seems like just such a humble guy, and I like how much he likes to be greedy. As he says, he gave a message to the viewers to say, always be greedy, and then his play style is in fact greedy. So very cute.
Very true. I love that we get to sort of bring our players closer to the viewers because, again, Battlegrounds is sort of new territory. Like you said, the auto battler realm, not quite the Shadow realm or the Nether realm, but I would like to live there as well. I'm sure there's some people here who are more familiar with Constructed and just kind of dipping their toes into Battlegrounds. Fear not, whether or not you are new to the scene or have been playing ever since beta, Lobby Legends is open for anyone to qualify through. Just make sure you can finish in the top 16 of ladder, which is a lot more difficult than it sounds. But my point stands. The dream is real for anybody. Yeah, qualification is open for the 3rd Lobby Legends. It has just closed for the 2nd Lobby Legends to be played out later on in the year. But speaking of 2nd, it is our 2nd lobby starting off, and am I having some deja vu?
I was like, is this the right film? Are we watching? But I'm looking at the other heroes, and we have new heroes. So yeah, Educate Collins. Oh, and Zoinyu had the same hero as well. Okay, Saddle's messing with us on the back end to show us that Zoinyu and Educated Collins, who got 1st and 2nd place, are now on the same exact heroes for this game. Now, keep in mind that there are different minion types out. There are no dragons, no elementals, no mechs. But Zoinyu with the same start as last time with the imp.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
okay, I'm having a lot of deja vu.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. However, we do have, of course, some differences in the other heroes here. However, I believe it was either Summer or Bayou that was on one of the so-called safe heroes last game. And Summer here is on one of the safest heroes in the current meta, Arana. I feel she's gotten so much better recently, and it's because of these two, well, the left minion right here. Can you talk about what players like to do with Arana these days?
Yeah, so Rana used to be a Force Elemental hero, but now you can stay on Tier 1 and Force Murlocs. Well, you could do Tier 1, Tier 2. So you're getting as many of these Swamp Strikers as possible, and you're tripling into Honchos, the 3/2 Murloc that buffs health. So now this minion will get health buff from Honcho and get attack buff just from every time you play a Murloc. Decides to freeze for the pair of rock pools. So yeah, it's just another way to play Arana, and it's a lower tier way to play her, so it's a bit safer actually than going the elemental play.
That's right. And in this lobby, I feel that that has a lot of potential to secure a top 4 or better for Summer. A lot of people ranking Arana even higher on their tier list than Daryl because she seems to be way more consistent with just getting those top placements done. And I actually am quite interested in that some people are still figuring out different ways to play the Arana Murlocs. I've heard that going to tier 4 can be a thing and just trying to cycle Primal Fins and then triple to Baron instead. I've seen that from very popular and top ladder players like XQN. But over here on Babofat's side, he has the opportunity to triple the Impulsive Trickster, which is one of the best minions to get while playing Mukla.
Yeah, because you get these early stats on the Trickster and get so much health, but tripled into a 2-drop, which we do not see often. So very safe play from Babofat, tripling into a 2-drop early as opposed to saving triples for a 4, 5, or 6-drop.
Yeah, I think it's sort of one of the symptoms of that shop having 2 of the minion he wanted the 3rd copy of and no minion that seemed worth it for the 3 gold he would spend. Sometimes having too many of the good minion available feels bad here, but we can see Babofat very upset with that reaction of his big Trickster dying last, which means nothing gets the Death Rattle buff. Even just 2 points of health can be a big deal here. I'm sure our players are going to be completely on edge. But over here for Karamon, solid warrior curve going. However, with the 2 Swabbies played, he can already level this turn and he freezes 1 in the shop. It's kind of difficult to figure out how this should be played. What are you thinking?
Yeah, you could go for the double level because of the hero power, and that is what he's going to do. And keep in mind that the buddy for Lich Bossile has changed, and so you're not going to be staying on 1 to collect as many Wrathweavers as possible anymore. But at the same time, he hasn't found any Wrathweavers, so he's likely going to be playing this more out of using the economy of the hero more than playing a Wrathweaver demon style. Which will be fun to watch. And over here, Rana has also tripled into a 2-drop.
I mean, it is.
Oh, yeah, she's playing the Murlocs. That's correct.
True. But even outside of that, it is just good to draw attention to that pattern, I feel, because people are thinking about tempo more and more here. Like you said, all those players who finished 4th through 7th last game probably going to be at each other's throats, clawing for that extra amount of points. But the start for Arana, pretty decent here. Misses, however, on these Honcho you were talking about, the 3-2 Murloc that buffs the health, which means that while he has a lot of attack, scaling of health is not going to be guaranteed here just yet. However, the buddy is now guaranteed, so that's going to be a lot of gold save for Arana, and I guess an active hero power very soon.
Yes, because you know, right now he's only seeing 3 minions per shop. So now he's going to have a free roll, get the hero power online quite early, and be able to find as many Swamp Strikers as possible. Over with Lich Bossile, we're going to see if Karamon decides to triple into a 4 or a 5 drop here. If he wants to go for a 5, he can do it. You just have to double sell because he has his hero power. Still no buddy though.
Yeah, and double sell would mean giving up a pair guaranteed, but I do think it's worth it. He gets out of the Tabby Cats here, which is pretty interesting. A lot of people argue about whether it's better to keep a Alley Cat pair or a Tabby Cat pair. Probably not super relevant in this instance now that he's on tier 4, but what do you think of these 5 drops?
I see a brand, I take a brand nowadays. A brand is just at a premium right now, though it isn't a lot of tempo, it's a lot of value. So you have to decide here, am I willing to lose out on the tempo? He's at 30 health, so if he takes 15 from someone, he's in the danger zone. But it is on 7 gold, so at this stage of the game, I would not expect to take 15, so I think it's safe to take this value play in Bran. I'm curious why he sold the Tabby Cats over the Alley Cats, though, because he would have had board space to triple the Tabby Cats, and now with a Bran, it could have been more Tabby Cat triples, but that was my only perspective of that turn.
Yeah, I find that a bit curious, too. Maybe he just thinks the Alley Cat is cuter, and I cannot blame him. A lot of
it
people
is some people's opinion.
Yeah, it is true. All right,
some opinions can be wrong.
Yeah, like whether or not Collins got scammed versus Pompado a while ago. Oof.
Big
10 here, though.
But he gets his buddy with 4 gold in hand and a banana.
Ooh.
And a triple. So is going to be able to level to tier 4, will not be able to level to tier 5 because it costs 11 gold. So even with all this extra gold in hand, he can in no way, shape, or form get to 11 gold.
It is true. That is a side effect of the change to the tier 5 level. But oh my gosh, look at these selections. You say, I see a brand, take a brand. I'm sort of a see a hogger, take a hogger gamer.
Yeah, and I think I was going to say I think Collins is going to take the Mithrax here because it is so much tempo and value. You know, on stream, I think the fun it would be the Hogger for sure, but for a tournament, you got to take the Mithrax for so much tempo. It now gains 2/2 in stats for every different minion type on board, and we see he has 3, plus he has Golden Hand, so he could get a 4th minion type on board, possibly 5th, because he could sell out of the Wrathweaver. And there is a Ground Shaker on the board along with a Bonker, so that is a lot of good synergy there. That's a new, or no, not a new minion type. He already has a Quillbore, but a Gem Generator. So it allows him to get a lot of tempo on board, which makes it safe for him to keep leveling.
Yeah, I definitely like the pickup on the Ground Shaker, and I think it's fine to get rid of the Wrathweaver at this point. He is really not getting any return on investment here. Just a little bit awkward that he would potentially have to, I was going to say, use a gold here for 2 gold because of the buddy just to get a bet going off. But instead, he sells a minion here, is fine playing down to 6, he says, just to make sure that he can keep as many coins in hand as possible.
It is a bit greedy, but he knows he's facing Maiev, and on this turn, Maiev still hasn't tripled, so I think he feels safe. This is kind of Maev's last turn to face her before she pops off and does something crazy, and I think he's very much aware of that. He's counting the turns. He knows how strong Maiev is, so...
Hey, wait, Punpada's on the same hero too. I just realized.
Oh my gosh, that's Punpada! Our top 3 players all got the same heroes as last game, and they just went with it. They're like, it worked last game, is gonna work this game, and I'm wondering if we're gonna see the same results. Punpada down to 12 health last time. He was down to 13 health and still made top 3. Is that gonna happen again?
I don't know. I mean, Punpada was in a very similar spot, just going down to 8th early on in the game and then going for the big swing later on. We don't know how many triples he has saved in the shop, but we can take a look a bit later, perhaps.
I think Collins
right
is...
now.
Yeah, Collins is thinking about maybe double leveling to tier 6, by the way. He has 5 gold in hand, and it's 10 gold to level to tier 6, and he is above 15 health, so he has the opportunity to double level into tier 6 on this turn. I'm curious if he will, but we'll find out soon. We see that Punpada is facing Arana. It has a triple that is on the board, but he's getting it next turn. Next turn he's getting 2 triples. So he is saying, I'm not going to take 12 damage because Arana is tier 2. She can't do that much damage to me, but I think she can actually do quite a bit.
Yeah, at this point,
she can do up to 16, but I don't think she will because she'll have a lot of 1-drops.
True. I mean, it's very difficult to say here because I feel like 12 is a low enough health that you might as well be at 1. At that point, you could die to most players, but specifically Arana, I think, lets Punpada sort of abuse and greed a little bit more the nature of Maiev. He turns down the Hyena pair for the immediate triple. He's greeting it out, maybe going for 2 6-drops later. It is very similar to what went down last game, but it might go wrong for him here. I am thinking that the high main is enough tempo combined with the Hyenas to survive, but we'll see if his greed can pay off here. That is a huge Swamp Striker to start off the board for Arana, but the rest of it, not too threatening.
And not too threatening at all. Doesn't get the full value from the Savannah, unfortunately, but still gonna have some good size Hyenas on board. So should be able to survive to next turn and get that double triple into 2 6-drops, I'm assuming. I think that's the position he's put himself in.
It still depends on how the trades go.
Yeah.
Wait.
Because the Arana's buddy is a 2.
Yeah, okay, he's fine. He's fine.
No worries at all. No qualms.
Yeah.
4 health and a dream. Silas has moved down. We know max 7 key is on Silas and needs to have this big comeback. But still, the only person in the danger zone is Punpada.
Yeah,
triple?
Okay.
Imp Mama is great because he needs to find tempo in order to make this comeback. So this Imp Mama with a Golden Soul Juggler is the tempo he is looking for. I think that is a good option. I think the second pick would have been hoping for a Fellbat for the scale, but takes the tempo pick out of Gas Coiler. Are we doing it again?
Running it back again. He's got the Scally set up once again. First Eliza available. He also got a golden Primal Fin with, I guess he tripled into the Seafood Slinger at first and then got that to print some money with the Primal Fin, and now he has a very good Eliza setup, also probably getting the triple on the buddy next turn and facing Arana. So even if he loses, and I don't think he will, Zoinyu is going to have plenty of health to work with. This could turn out to be another first for him. I feel like there's...
and Pirates again. And we see that Educated Cons did go up to tier 6, has still this sort of menagerie going with a reliance on beasts, which I like. That is some tempo. About to face off versus Ragnaros. Not sure if Ragnaros has their hero power online or their buddy yet, but they have quite a bit of health. So Ragnaros looking to be in a good spot, because Ragnaros can die quite early if they don't get their hero power online, which they have with Light Fang.
And a Hydra, which is one of the best units to get early with Ragnaros to really pay off on that scaling. The buddy Lucifron from Ragnaros means that you get 2 times effect on your end of turn abilities. So that's the hero power, which buffs left and right minions by +3/+3, and then the Light Fang as well for major scaling here. However, it is not going to be an overwhelming victory for the Rag. In fact, Collins gets the good trade at the end there, meaning he takes a minimal amount of damage against Bayou. That's huge because he has so much health on tier 6.
Yep, and we have another triple from Zoinu from his buddy. Finds another seafood slinger, grabs that Khadgar for the Exodia. What he is looking for is as many Khadgars as possible. You can get 1 or 2 triples of Khadgars and then 1 triple of Baron. That is the end game for Exodia Pirates. The more Khadgars, the better. There's another one. Hi, friend.
Oh my goodness.
He still needs taunts to happen because right now his positioning, things can get sniped. If Eliza gets sniped, he's in a really bad spot because his Khadgars are just such small minions in comparison. So the taunt is next that he really needs to focus on finding. Gonna buff up his Khadgars to hope they don't get scammed, putting both bananas on 1 in case a 1 attack minion attacks into it, and it would only do 3 damage, I guess.
Right. I mean, we've seen enough of this, I feel. Thank you, Sotto. Let's check in with Babofat, who last we saw him had that huge Trickster and now has tripled into a 5-drop. We see Baby Crush is the pick here, the new minion added to replace, I suppose, the Rattler, which has gone down to tier 4 with
Exna, yes,
removed entirely. This is a very cool setup with the Macaw able to get additional value from the Trickster. However, there is a caveat with the other Death Rattle of the Scallywag being available. So he only has a 50-50 to get the good proc from the Macaw. Do you think he's going to sell out of the Scally, or is it too valuable with the Peggy?
I think you put it first typically to make sure it attack first, but at the same time, he probably has a read that he needs to play around Cleave, though he's not there. Yeah, that's the play around Cleave there. Yeah, I think he has to go for the 50-50 in this scenario, and that is one big scary Cleave coming from Bayou.
Ooh, he hits it.
Yes, hits the 50-50. Oh, and there it goes. So he'll hit this 50-50 again because it's now 100%.
That's a lot of health and sustainability on his minions. However, it's only the Imp that really has a threatening attack total on it. The rest of the board is essentially Battle Masters, so the Hydra can still potentially take a value trade if it gets to attack again into Peggy. Can't quite tell who's going to take the fight yet.
Yeah, he does need to get scaling with his attack. Like, the only thing he has now is the arm, which is, we see it's doing work. The minions are getting way more attack than they had previously. So this arm tech is quite impressive from Babofat.
Yeah, it's a very creative use of the taunt comp. Clearly didn't get super high rolls with his
Oh, Pampado goes out with the Maiev.
That's gonna sting because he had the 3rd place finish last time, but averaged out with an 8th place. Doesn't put him in a great spot. But that is a ghoul to be picked up for Zoinu here, which I think makes a lot of sense. Ragnaros definitely likes to take Divine Shields. In this instance, I don't think that Bayou really had any, especially without mechs in. But it's still just a decent first minion here to make sure you can shave off any shields and just automatically have the board space to get the Scallies. Over on Summer's side, though, he is doing the Arana thing, which is scaling with Murlocs on tier 2. He's not a tier 4 Arana gamer, but it does make sense to pick up every free dealing gambler because of the buddy that just equals free rolls. The buddy reads every time you play a minion, make your next refresh cost 0, and the golden one does that twice. So as long as you are fast enough here, you can just get stats and stats and stats for every Murloc played, ideally Tad.
I think it's important to keep in mind he is passing by selfless heroes, so he's not looking to get the tech yet, and that and he might buy one now, but no, he's passing by selfless heroes, so still just looking strictly for stats in Murlocs.
It's the Tads towards the end of the turn, but the rope is burning. Sometimes Bob can be cruel to you like that. Can he get all of the stats in? Looks pretty good so far. At this point, you usually can't do the ideal thing of still taking every gambler. You just need to make sure you fill your board and play the important Murlocs. Get to check in on Max 7 Key's board. We haven't seen him for quite some time, but Silas is one of the heroes that can potentially go infinite when they get the golden buddy. However, he's on 8 health and not nearly enough stats to beat Mirana here. So it looks like Max is going to be next on the chopping block, which is very unfortunate because he did go out in 8th in the first game.
It's not going to be enough damage, though. He has 4 damage showing. So Max 7 Key going to stick around and hopefully get the ghost next turn. But no, because Zoinyu is out.
What?
On the Deathwing. Wow. This is a change of pace from last game. 2 of our top 3 players already out. Colin's still in the top 6, though.
All right, Sottle, show us who killed this Deathwing, who killed Zoinyu, because he was looking pretty good with the double Khadgar setup with the Scallywag. Maybe somebody with an early zap.
With an early cleave.
Bayou getting revenge. Zoinyu is not going to be taking back-to-back victories, which is huge because for Bayou and Summer, our 2 Chinese players, they are on top of the world right now. And Bayou has tons of scaling still available just with the hero power. He's gone up to tier 6 now. What's the best way to go from here? Is it just roll for Amalgadons?
Yeah, it looks like you need to just start. He has this great menagerie going, so now it's time to get in some great Amalgadons, looking for Brand, looking for just the Divine Shield poison at this point. And then he'll be able to keep his cleave and his SI7 in the meantime. But we see over here on Max 7 Key doing a demon build. He is just trying to cycle as many ticket minions as possible because they each are all for free. You just buy them for free, and then eventually if you buy 3 of them, you're going to get a free minion on your tavern tier. So he's just trying to cycle as fast as possible. It is a really high APM hero right now.
Right.
So hopefully he can get all his turn done. Another Void Lord.
I also want to note he passed over a Wrathweaver triple, and the Weaver even had a ticket on it, so it looked in theory to be a very good buy for Max 7 Key. But this is one of the most difficult things to see in Battlegrounds is distribution of stats here. I think Max 7 Key is saying that 260 attack minions with a lot of health are better than one like giant minion here, possibly hedging around poison a little bit better and giving himself 2 real threats instead of one that's fragile against poison, which is absolutely the case here against Colin. However, I don't think that even keeping these separate is going to be enough to give Max 7 Key the survival here, because Collins just has the setup to get that poison on the Amalgadon as well. The entire board is poison now, and he is going to go out knocking out Max 7 Key.
He is excited for that win because now his Amalgadon with Divine Shield has poison. He had the technology to fix it, and he did so, knocking another player out, trying to hopefully get into top 4. It might be a top 5 situation. We'll find out soon. And unfortunately for Max 7 Key, he is again in the bottom 4.
Yeah, that is looking bad for him. It's truly the rest of the lobby starting to even it out a little bit because our bottom 7 and 8th player were both in the top 3 last lobby, but Max 7 Key didn't quite get enough to pull himself in the lead. So it's really about those 4 players that finished from 4th to 7th last time, trying to separate themselves from the pack. And also Collins with a chance to pull way ahead in the lead if he can just survive a bit longer. But over on Karamon's side here, he has a Bran and an Amalgadon, but it looks like he missed on the poison roll. Doesn't have a Sephin to try and fix it, but has a lot of stats, and facing Arana, unlikely to die next turn. Do you think he should take the Arana fight as the opportunity to level to 6?
Yeah, I'm not yeah, because Arana's still on tier 3, and she's going to start falling off with all that early stats she got because everyone's starting to catch up in stats to her. On this side of the board, we're not quite there yet, but if you know you're not going to beat her, you might as well just take the opportunity to level because you're just going to take that damage no matter what. And now he'll be able to find more Amalgadons and more discovers because of the slinger, and maybe get some golden primal fin, something like that. So I do like this level play because, again, if you're not going to beat the player, just might as well level. And you're not going to take much damage either. So
True. Positions to have pretty much all the weakest minions in the back except the high main, which, because it has taunt on it, is likely to die in the early game and then generate some weak minions. So this sort of like highest to lowest stats positioning, I think, makes a lot of sense against Arana when it's not elementals. And also when mechs are not in, no need for a bumper most of the time. It is still going to be a very convincing victory for the Arana. Simply too many stats here. Some are truly abusing the fact that Arana is just top of the meta right now. However, we do have Karamon still surviving here, 6 health. Didn't go up to tier 6, I don't think. He is just trying to secure a top 4, it looks like. Oh, wait, he did. Sorry, my bad.
So he gets the ghost this turn, which is a great turn to get it because he was able to, greedily level versus Arana, and now he has a whole free turn versus a ghost. Now, what he doesn't know is how big the Wrathweavers are on Silas' side. Oh, and we see a seafood slinger in the shop along with Begurgle. So this is a lot of stats. He only has one Murloc on the board, so he's going to be a bit greedy with his seafood slinger.
I mean, I wanted to ask you about that because I feel there's 2 types of players. The ones who seafood slinger any buffing Murloc, and the ones who only go for the slinger on Primal Fin or Amalgadon. What kind are you, or do you think it's situational?
Definitely situational, but I'm definitely the type to be greedy and want it on the Amalgadons and then realize that's not the play, and just to play it on every single one because you can find more seafood slingers because you're tripling and you'll probably just get another. So in a strong shell in the shop with all these taunts, I'm a bit concerned our opponent Ghost isn't that weak.
I know.
But we do have the deadly spore in hand that we can play out here. So I'm not sure if Karamon knows how strong this ghost is.
I mean, if I were him, I would just remember the tale of last game where somebody died to a ghost on 8th place. I would pay respect here and play the spore. But not only does it look like he's not playing it, he's holding double slinger, and that is the worst feeling to die in hand with. So I hope he knows what he's doing. Let's see how strong the ghost was from max 7 key. We do remember the double 60 attack Wrathweavers, right?
Yep. And the poison.
Uh-oh. This could go wrong for Karamon, but actually the break point on the buddy here for him is huge. It could potentially double trade the Weavers, and it did. That is a big, big deal.
Yeah, so he is safe versus the ghost. So max 7 keys ghost isn't going to kill anyone this time. Almost had two games in a row. Yeah, so I'm curious to Oh, looks like the Arana is finally starting to take much damage from Educated Collins. 24 damage, putting Summer down to 16, and it looks like Babafat is out. 5th place possibly? Yes, a sole 5th place there, dying. Oh, and there's the Amalgadon with a seafood slinger in hand. The dream.
Yeah, this is looking like a very good first place for Collins here. He has the setup, and we have entered a late game position where it's one of those poison Amalgadon battles, right? We have every single player except the Arana on tier 6, and Babafat, unfortunately for him, he ended up with a comp that really has no chance against poison, right? He was on the big trickster with macaw type of comp, which just gives you health with the arm for a bit of attack, but no match versus poison. It's a terrible matchup. And we also have Summer on poison here, and because staying on tier 3 Arana means that you probably won't get divine shields on your minions unless you can find the triple selfless and preferably a Baron. He's gonna get outclassed by these other comps soon, which is why we say that Arana is a very consistent top 4 hero but rarely takes first place.
So we see on the other side of Educated Collins, he's about to face Karamon, who is starting to find these Amalgadons, but they don't have the poison yet. They are getting Divine Shield. One did get the Divine Shield. So you see him transitioning from this taunt comp into a poison comp. This is this late game strategy that we're going to see a lot more often nowadays. He's putting as much poison as possible. Floats 5 gold, just doesn't have the time, but knows that putting the positioning in first is what matters. I want to also point out that there's no dragons in this game, and that is a big deal because there is the Prester Pyrospon that can shoot Divine Shields with Amalgadons to knock Divine Shields off Amalgadons. And so that's a tech option that our competitors aren't going to be able to have in this kind of situation of Amalgadons versus Amalgadons.
That's right. I think Colin simply has too many poisons here for Caramon to get out of this situation, but it was looking okay for Caramon in the sense where his Amalgadon that didn't have poison, at least it didn't have taunt on it as well, so it's pretty easy to activate with the Sephin, but simply the quantity of Amalgadons was too much on Colin's side. He's going to outclass the rest of the lobby very easily now, especially that Caramon's Amalgadons are added back into the pool for Colin's to just snap up and make sure he can get the king of the poisons. There is sometimes a way to defeat giant Divine Shield poisons with a cleave, like Bayou has here, but do you think this is going to be enough?
Well, it's not positioned correctly to be enough because it's just going to die. The thing with Ragnaros is you want to put, your big minions far left, far right so they get the scale. But unfortunately, if that goes directly into a Divine Shield Amalgadon, it's not going to work. So one thing you can do is put a Ghoul in and not position it first. You can position it and then later and go down a minion to hope that so then your opponent attacks first, attacks into the Ghoul, and then your cleave will work. So that's kind of one tech option he has here, though I don't see him looking for Ghoul, or maybe he did and couldn't find it. But yeah, these Amalgadons with Divine Shield are going to be a bit scary.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Bayou too that it looks like he's been holding onto the selfless pair for quite some time, but never found the triple, which, the power level of your comp goes up so much when you can hit the triple selfless and also try and get in there with a Baron. He is going to hedge a little bit with the Macaw to try and get additional Divine Shields, but again, this positioning is the toughest ever because he doesn't quite have the perfect knowledge of what Colin's board looks like. He's going to play for maximum poisonage alongside the cleaves and puts the Macaw first. It's not looking great, I want to say, but maybe there's a small percentage chance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that Cave Hydra is no longer in the front spot, obviously, but I mean, he has Divine Shields going, but Collins did place his plant Amalgadon in front to knock Divine Shields off, which is a good positioning. And another good Divine Shield. It looks like Collins just has too much on his side.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, especially with that trade that going to be a very clutch victory for Collins here. Actually, only one more minion here. It's kind of funny how when it comes down to a poison endgame, you can simply count how many bodies and shields are on board to get there. But crucially, both our players in this fight had 2 selflesses and no one hit the triple. And that, I feel, is largely because Summer has been hoarding the selflesses as a Rana. You're just even more likely to get it because you're on a lower tier. And he also has the Ghoul and quite enough attack on these 3 golden swamp strikers that they're effectively poison as well. It's kind of hard to figure out who's going to be in the lead here, but on tier 4, Summer doesn't have access to Baron Rivendare, which is a huge deal.
Yeah, he has the triple in hand, the monstrous Macaw. So I think what he's doing here is just trying to find more triples before he sells out of his buddy, and he's going to replace the buddy with the Baron that his triple is going to give him in his brain.
Yeah. The Ghoul also can be tripled here just as effectively for another role at Baron Rivendare, which is... Oh, there it is! And it's going to replace the buddy almost certainly here. It's just not...
He can't triple the Ghoul, though. Oh, no, he can. Sorry, he doesn't have a triple Baron. In my mind, for a second, he had a triple Baron. If he had a triple Baron, he could not triple the Ghoul because it would knock off the Selfless hero and then the Macaw wouldn't work. So I panicked, but no, this is fine.
Yeah, this is huge. This can beat Collins, I feel, if the attack order goes well for him, because this first Ghoul from Summer is going to knock off the shields. But we see Collins did eventually hit the triple on the Selfless as well. And the first attack from the Amalgadon snipes the Selfless, so this Macaw from Summer is not going to get any more value. It still looks to be a close fight. No, now that I look at it, it is not. Collins just has more.
Yeah, because Collins has plants going on, and Yeah, his minions are just so strong. So many divine shields to start, and then on top of that, so a win for Educated Collins, another top 2 for him, most likely securing himself into tomorrow. I need to see the point breakdown, and we can see here Educated Collins in first with 13 points, Summer with 8.5, Zoinu with 8, Bayou 7.5, Karaman 6.5, Babafat 5.5. So we see that like middle of the pack is all so close. I think because our top 2 players from last game, or top 3, 2 of them were in the bottom 2, we have a whole game next game.
That is true. I mean, Collins definitely has separated himself from the pack, but like you said, the 2nd place to 7th place sort of field here, they're only within 3.5 points of each other, so it could still go to anyone, these top 4 slots. It is very, very close. Right now, it does look to be the Americas and China show, all 4 of them taking up the top 4 slots. And I love that we get to see this last fight played out again, because we can talk a little bit more about our top 2 placers. Collins, we have sung his praises many times, but we can see that Summer is one of our Chinese players that I would imagine most of our viewers are not very familiar with, but thanks to Benij, our resident Chinese journalist of the esports scene in Hearthstone and also translator, we have some trivia. We hear that Summer is actually a very conservative player in terms of playstyle, and his favorite hero is Arana, who is exactly the hero that secured him the 2nd place spot.
Yeah, just excellent game all around. I'm glad we got to see so many Amalgadons. We played this game when we couldn't find them last. And I'm so happy that these bottom 4 players from last round turned it around this game, so that game 3 is going to be very intense.
Oh,
I think Collins is probably, safe. We're going to get some confirmation on that because I don't have the numbers in front of me. But between all the other players, we are going to have quite a big competition.
That's right, and it's going to be a big uphill climb for Max 7 Key in particular, one of our Europe representatives. I honestly don't know if there's mathematically still a chance here, but obviously the spotlight is on our 2nd to 7th place players at the moment. It is so close, neck and neck, could really be anyone's game. And because we're in the last game of the day for Lobby A, we still have, of course, 3 games to be played for Lobby B. I do expect that we're going to be seeing some slight changes in the meta as well. We're going to be seeing some players take bigger risks, maybe greedier heroes and greedier alliance, because maybe they've determined they absolutely need a first to make it through to tomorrow. Whereas some of the other players who are maybe currently sitting 3rd and 4th are thinking, oh, I just need another top 4, and then that'll likely get me to tomorrow. So I feel like Arana is going to be a very highly prioritized pick once again.
Yep, and we have to keep in mind that the players can see the other players' names, just like on the ladder. You can see who you're facing, and you can see who your competition is. Who do you need to knock out to make it? So you're going to see some tempo plays at certain parts of the mid game to try and knock out someone who's in less than 15 health, or trying to do as max damage as possible. So I think we're going to have some very interesting plays coming up in the next game.
Right. Just a reminder that you can tune into the perspective of some of our competitors who are streaming their own games here, and also tune into any of our many, many co-streamers from the community giving their own perspective and commentating their game. If you're tired of hearing me and SlissaCast, don't close the tab. Please keep viewing, but you can listen to some other co-streamers as well. I love that we are really turning Lobby Legends into a big community event. I feel it's really in line with the spirit of Battlegrounds, where it is 8 people to a game. Collins winning that 2nd lobby is a huge deal. I feel like he is one of the biggest contributors to Battlegrounds on the global scene. He has been a caster. He has been in Hearthstone for quite some time, originally an arena player, and transitioned to being one of the most informative and hard-working Battlegrounds players. I'd love to see him getting the big result there. But also want to shout out to Bayou, who has, according to Benij, sort of similar to Collins also in China. Apparently, he also used to be a top arena player, and at one point hit rank 1 in China with 2 accounts at the same time. So we do have sort of the analog to Collins in Bayou as well, and I wonder if it is going to be him taking down lobby number 3.
Yep, I'm really excited for this next lobby to see what happens.
Yep, and it is going to be the highest stakes lobby of the day. So of course we need our players to settle down a little bit, make sure they are completely focused. So one more break for Lobby A. Don't go anywhere. Right after this, the last game for Lobby A. Welcome back to the tavern, everybody. You are just in time to watch the third game of the day for our first lobby, where the players are scrambling to get those top 4 placements to make it through to tomorrow. My name is Gia, and still with me is, of course, Celissa, who is somebody with a lot of tournament experience herself. So Celissa, when you're in the spot where it's the last game of the day for you, what changes about your mindset?
You have to keep yourself calm, cool, and collected, first of all. A lot of times in this type of game, you can get a bit tilted or fed up or whatever. So you just need to stay calm, cool, and collected. And then you have to determine where you need to go from there. You need to target who you need to target for max damage. You need to decide, do I need to take a greedy hero or play it safe? So you need to analyze a lot of different things with this hero selection, with minion type selection, with tripling selection too. It's just like, do I go greedy? Do I go safe? Who's left in the lobby? Just keeping tabs on everybody. There's a lot to think about on this game.
Very much so. And with our first 2 games of the day, we did have a pretty large diversity of comps making it to the top there, with Eliza Scam taking first in the first one, and then the more conventional, I want to say, Amalgadon Poison Divine Shield from Collins taking second place. But the big headline here is that it's Collins who has run away with consistent top 4 placements. In fact, a first and a second, just very impressive stuff. Whereas the top finishers from the first game of Zoinyu and Ponpada went out in 7th and 8th, I believe, in the second lobby. So evened out a little bit more and going more towards the middle of the pack. In terms of diversity of the meta, is there any comp that you're looking forward to seeing for the last game of the day?
I have not seen enough APM Pirates for my liking. I know some players try to avoid it in tournaments because of cross-server play. It can be quite difficult to play on another server. So Hoggers, just haven't seen enough of that. We haven't seen any Gallywix shenanigans, which I, would love to see. So that's kind of stuff I'm looking forward to. But look what we got here. We got a Patches, Max 7 key here to make me proud. And we see he's going to stay on tier 1, probably doing a Jeef curve because he played out his pirate on turn 1, which you wouldn't do if you're going to go do a standard curve. Educated Collins on Mutinous, your favorite. Excited to see this, but there's no Mexen.
Yeah, no Mexen, so one less Divine Shield, but I still feel Mutinous is such a consistent powerhouse here as long as you're able to guarantee that you build up a huge buddy in the early game, even if you have to float a lot of gold, just building up stats and taking high attack. If you find a Divine Shield or a Cleave down the line or even an Impulsive Trickster, it can work out for you in the long run. Oh, triple hit shot. That is 100% bait, but I do want to call attention to our hero selection for this game because look at this, so many greedy heroes. We have Patches, Tess, to a certain extent Millhouse. Silas is very greedy, trying to get towards that infinite state with the Golden Buddy. And then Elise as well, which is very capable of taking a first place if she can safely get to tier 6. This is sort of the side effect, I want to say, of players thinking that they need to get the big points to secure themselves through to tomorrow because we have such a tight sort of middle of the pack point distribution here. I think people are really trying to go for that first and get the full 7 points.
Yeah, I see so many greedy heroes. Even Elise is considered greedy because she can really pop off when she power levels to 6, and her buddy is giving her 2 1-cost 6 drops every turn. So she is a greedy hero. So basically all greedy heroes, and we get to see the interaction with Tess and Cutter Butter because they both have stealing buddy heroes. So they steal other people's buddies, and then they'll get all these buddies early. It's going to be a bit crazy, and I'm very excited to see it.
Right. We have Ponpada here on the Silas, and at the beginning of this lobby, you were talking about how you're wanting to see APM Pirates and Gallywix players. There hasn't been a single one of those so far. I want to say thanks in no small part to the fact that intentional disconnects are banned from our tournament. That is against the official rules here. On ladder, it is very common to see players going for that trick to sort of extend their turn timer and skip animations, which really lends an advantage to APM-based and Gallywix in particular, but because that's not allowed here, I think players are placing less of a premium on it. Collins here probably feeling mostly safe because he has such a lead on the rest of the field in terms of his points, but still doing the very expected mutinous thing of stacking all of your stats together, going for a triple on the refreshing elemental as well, just to get all of the stats together, and he can still use his hero power every single turn to make sure that he gets essentially one big unit, because as mutinous you definitely like to play as a 1 unit Andy for the majority of the early game. Make sure that when you get your buddy, which spits its stats onto 3 separate units when you devour it with the mutinous hero power, you make sure that all of your stats on the first minion land on that buddy so you get the biggest possible buff from the buddy.
I'm interested to see if he's going to be going for a 3-drop there, holding. I'd assume he's going for a 3-drop. And we can see over here on Tess, Tess has tripled into a Bronze Warden. A little bit interesting of a board, but Tess has a lot of opportunities to just steal what other people are doing. So Tess just keeps their eye out on what direction everyone's going, and you can kind of gauge your direction from there.
That's right. I generally favor playing Tess relatively safe in the early game until waiting out till people hit their power spikes, and then you just steal whatever they tripled into, or potentially their buddies as well. But it's a big deal that Tess ended up with no armor on this patch, I would say, where in the previous armor patch she did have it. So it's kind of in recognition. No. What's the noun for recognize? It's just recognizing that Tess is really strong in the meta right now.
Recognition?
Recognition. Yes, thank you.
There we go.
I was going to say recognition, and I'm like...
Honestly, your English is better than mine, but I'm glad I could help. Yeah, it's interesting to see Millhouse have armor. Like, to me, Millhouse is just like one of the best heroes, but he's sitting here with armor. He's just not in this meta.
Elise, however, with the maximum amount of armor at the beginning of the game definitely makes her a lot more resilient, trying to get to that point where you can benefit from the cheap recruitment maps and discover those 6 drops. But for now, going to be taking a bit of a beating here, because Tess does survive with the Bronze Warden, getting a lot of damage through for this point in the game. A little bit short of Buddy here, just a little bit of a percent, which is a bad feeling indeed. But the Millhouse with that same feeling of being so close yet so far. And unfortunately, no triples stocked up here, which is very unlikely to see.
Look at the buddy meter. It's that terrible feeling of like, oh, I just barely missed it. So the question is he going to be double leveling, which I believe is possible because of this elemental in hand, but there's 2 pairs in the shop. I mean, it hurts.
Such an awkward spot, right? Because I feel like the Celemental is, I mean, you obviously buy that as Millhouse because it's essentially free, costs 2 and sells for 2, but the Red Whelp pair is one of, you can make the argument that it's the easiest to triple because nobody else is really buying those, I don't think, but it's just really not in the meta right now. Not even Ysera can make Red Whelp work at the moment. So I do feel this ends up being sell out of one other pair, go for the Celemental pair, and then level.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
Is he gonna level? I mean, okay.
Okay.
He could have used a roll to see another triple, but decides just to float the gold and gets the buddy quite instantly. So yeah, he's doing the play here that Gia talked about earlier, where you're just staying on 1 to farm as many triples as possible and then get to leveling for some direction.
That's right. He at least has the buddy now, and when you're stockpiling so many pairs and staying on tier 1 as Millhouse, it makes sense because every single minion is going to be rerolls on 1 drops with that Magnus Mana Storm, and we do get to see, for Caramon's sake, the pop-off turn. Okay, 2 triples already in the shop. However, the levels are going to be extremely expensive here. I'm not sure how he's going to approach it, but let's check in with Zephyrus.
Oh, yes. So happy. Oh my gosh. And the chat rejoices. We have a double Nomi player in Zoinyu. Zoinyu just knows what the people want. The people want infinite pirates. The people want double Nomi.
And me, I am also one of the people. I want double Celemental in the shop, which guarantees 2 triples, because the first golden Celemental, when sold, will put 2 water droplets in hand, which you can then triple with the water droplet from the 4th Celemental. This is so much triple potential from Caramon, but the question is, how does he approach the payoff on this? Is he going to go for 4 drops, 5 drops, and what distribution of each? He's taking at least 1 4 drop here to not be so weak in this upcoming fight. Ground Shaker is a great way to turn this board of weak minions into actual ones that can perhaps trade toe-to-toe with Max 7 Key on the patches. Max 7 Key really needs to make some miracles happen here. I feel like it's first or bust for him with 2 mediocre lobbies at the beginning. And he has an early Peggy, which is a nice setup, but I don't know if it's enough to win the fight.
Yeah, he's going to get his buddy this turn, so I think he's looking to triple into Bran. I'm curious to see if he has a triple waiting for him. Not sure if he does, because I only see 1 pair. But yeah, so this is a turn where you could try to triple into Bran, and you could put your buddy on any minion type, so if you could find a cleave or something. But keep in mind, there are no cleaves in this lobby. There's no beast, there's no mech, so we're going to see all these triples come to fruition from Caramon over here. I mean, I'm dreaming for a Nomi, but we know that where 2 of them are.
I know, right? One of our players answered that they have Elemental as their favorite minion. It is not Caramon here, but they are definitely wishing that they would be Caramon right here. So going for at least 1-5, no or less Nomis in the pool because we have Zephyrus, Zoinyu kind of hoarding them. But there is an option for a Tony.
That's interesting.
Do you just take the money or hope for the dream of maybe hitting a Peggy? Okay, he does take the Tony.
I think with the Avenge units on board and the possibility of more triples right here, you definitely want to look for that Hogger to just make the audience excited.
Yes, because that's the main important thing here.
Yes, right? It's not about the money. It's about the audience thrill of the Tony Hogger dream. Unfortunate, gonna take the taunt. Looking for more triples. Sold out of the Chroma Wing pair.
This is turning into one of those disaster scenarios for Millhouse where you don't quite have at least a triple into a good tempo minion or finding a major domo to try and benefit from the Master of Realities. He's played a ton of elementals this turn. However, does get at least the Briny Bootlegger in the shop, which is very likely to be golden this turn and can print some money. Definitely not strong in this instance though, whereas we have Summer on the scabs. Just, oh no, sniping the Briny Bootlegger.
He had the taunt in hand, but instead of getting out of a minion to put the taunt out to try to preserve, it did have to die.
Last trade in the end, just going straight for the one drop, not taking a value trade on the minion. Not only is it no golden relevant pirate for Caramon, it's also a lot of damage taken. Meanwhile, check in with Zoinyu. He has hit the double Nomi, hasn't tripled them just yet because it essentially does the same thing as two Nomis on board, and he still wanted to have the board space, or rather he still had the board space to play two of them, and now he can sell out of the 4/4 and another minion to get two of the best elementals on board. The refreshing is so huge to activate the Nomi on board, but however, only one gold here, so he'd rather play to a full board and float one gold here. Kind of like this. It's such a huge deal that he's also still above the danger zone, so even if he loses this fight, there's no way he goes out, and then he can keep scaling with those Nomis. In terms of beasts and mechs being gone, how do you think this affects the power level of big elementals overall?
Yeah, I think, there is opportunity to get poison from Murlocs, so that is a bit scary, but he's in such a good position. His minions are quite large, and we see Silas popping off not necessarily with APM Hogger pirates, but with double Peggy pirates where they just buff each other, and he's just cycling tickets as many as possible. This is a very niche comp that you don't see often, but I'm glad we got to see because it is going to be it's one of those things where he's likely not going to triple Peggy unless he finds another Peggy or another really good pirate to buff with it.
He does have a gold grubber in hand, so that's a potential
true.
Even if he triples Peggy. But I find it really cool that he also has like a mini elemental setup here with the refreshing, which means that every elemental bot is sort of gold saved because it means you get 2 free rolls and it's buffing the Peggies here. Like you said, a very niche comp, and it's actually just out pirating max 70 on the patches here, which has got to be a bad feeling. I hate this whenever I play patches and somebody just has the better pirate setup, and it exactly sets him into the danger zone, potentially dying from damage cap here, but also Zoinyu in that same trouble position where he could just die to Millhouse.
Zoinyu had just faced Test that turn, so I'm curious to know what Test has going on that it was stronger than this board. So Zoinyu needs to consider maybe tripling the Nomi so that instead of having 2 weak minions, they have a strong minion. Over here on Test, we have the double pop. Peggy didn't take the Amalgadon because only have 2 types.
Yeah, it's just
double Peggy dream.
I know, it's Peggy City, and obviously Tess is likely to pick up more of those the more people in the lobby have the Peggy. And now Babofat is sort of transitioning into a hybrid dragon comp as well here. Double Caligos picked up. That's insane. The Elise buddy here, I don't feel he's ever going to have the board space to truly get value from it because it's a start of turn effect that it adds a recruitment map to your hand. But the key here is to try and find a triple to make some board space and continue cycling. But actually, he gets rid of his golden buddy here, not interested in picking up any more of anyone else's buddies. And I think that's wise. It would be prudent, I think, to just play for maximum tempo here when the Elise could be popping off.
Yep, I think he realized, I already found my direction. I don't need to be greedy anymore with this buddy to help me find direction. I am double Kalagos. Kalagos is one of those heroes that used to be, or minions that used to be so good and just really fell off unless you get to a double Kalagos, which he was able to do, thanks in part to this Zephyrus buddy. And now we see Zephyrus, who had that double Nomi so early, Zoinyu. Is he going to be able to defeat the Millhouse? He is.
Yeah, pushing Caramon into the danger zone as well. Caramon obviously didn't hit big on his first couple triples, but sort of wiggled himself out of a bad situation by getting the double masters. But like you said, that's our first casualty here in Summer on the Scabs. Very unfortunate, going down from exactly at the damage cap 15. That is a huge deal. And if we're going to Babofat, I'm going to assume that's the person who killed him. Not sure, but double Peggy, double Kalagos. We are just seeing so many hybrid Peggy comps here. It's
yes, I'm loving it. Another Kalagos. Oh my goodness! Can we get another
board space? We'll see.
Because the ones that are offered when he hero powers for Kalagos, those aren't ones from the shop. So we know there are 7 Kalagos available from Bob, but if he gets one from hero powering, that's not going to take away from those 7 available from Bob. So there are a lot of Kalagos still out there technically.
All right, I got a question, Sissa. Is this triple on the Warden a bait?
It might be something you wait for next turn to do. You can just buy the brand and hold. But you know, I don't hate it.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a vacuum, it doesn't make so much sense because having 2 dragons, especially with Divine Shield, are so valuable to buff separately because you technically get more stats from Kalagos. But I'm thinking here that Babofat is really just trying to nail a discover on Nadina just to consolidate his board even more. He's scared because Collins is so powerful here at 38. I mean, we've been focusing on everybody else because they need the points, but quietly Collins has just been killing it in the lobby once again, potentially ending up with another top 3 position. Has a very nice triple Divine Shield setup with a Gem Splitter. Very good use of Mutinous, but the scaling here comes from mostly Ground Shaker and eating his minions, which is a nice way to sort of make temporary stats from Shaker into permanent, but it looks like this is going to be the end of the line for Max.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that. The points we were talking about earlier, we were focusing on certain people. The player who got 8th place was Summer, who was currently in 2nd place with 8.5 points. So him getting 0 points there is a massive deal. Max 7 key going out and Zoinyu going out, tied with Max 7 key with the Zephyrus Elementals. Just not enough for that Silas, who was playing the fun little Peggy comp over there.
Probably necessary to create some more threats because currently Panpada really only has the 2 Peggies as a carry minion. The Tony, to a certain extent, it's just kind of become permanent here. Yeah, but is that enough against Collins? We did see that Collins didn't necessarily have tons of stats on his minions, but he had the Ground Shaker generation, and that's going to add a lot more attack to the board from turn to turn. We also just have Panpada with basically a Scally comp in hand, but obviously not going to pivot into it. Do you think he's going to end on Eliza or a Selfless Hero?
So I feel like he needs to end on a Ghoul, and he has the money to keep looking because technically any ticket he buys is free, and this one actually gives him money if he buys this Elemental. But instead just buys another Peggy to end on to golden a 3rd Peggy for the Peggy Dream, which I just appreciate. He is positioning his small minions first because he knows he did not get a Ghoul, so he has to use these as bumpers versus Mutinous, who you expect to just have a ton of Divine Shields.
That's right. And it's only 2 here. I think Collins sold out of one of his Divine Shields that was previously not scaled very well, so it makes sense. I think this is going to be a pretty convincing win for Panpada here, who has tons of health on his minions. And it's not often you see a Sephin positioned as early as 3rd, but because of the Acolyte, he had very good chances of just getting it automatically poisoned and then that minion itself could act as avenge fuel for the Tony instead. And now he has that triple golden Peggy you were talking about, dealing tons of damage to Collins in the process. I think Ponpada is setting himself up for a potential first place.
And going to be put onto one of my favorite players lists too with this build. I mean, how thrilling. And so now we see over here with Millhouse with the double Wraithweaver, meaning anytime recycling, every time he plays an elemental, it's going to give him a free roll. It reduces the cost of rolling by 1, and he has 2 out there. It's one of those cards that's like sometimes better as a pair than a triple when you're playing Millhouse.
All right, I'm putting in an official request to the dev team. Please print a card called Wraithweaver, where it does recycling Wraith, but also when you play an elemental, it gets bigger and damages your hero by 1.
I'm doing my best. Selling out of the Nomi.
Yeah, Nomi out here for Karamon, which makes a lot of sense because honestly, his scaling is not coming from elementals in the shop, but just buffing this huge Master of Realities here and doubling down on the fact that you're Millhouse and you can get a lot of stats just by buying and selling. And the double recycling rates, like you talked about, make sure he can hit elementals very consistently. Unfortunately, doesn't have much board space to buy another Murloc and get value from the Primal Fin. It's really difficult, honestly, to get full Millhouse turns through, especially when you're not able to play on your own server. So challenge for Karamon here is playing as strong as he can because he's facing up against Ponpada, who is the current lobby leader.
Oh, is he going to get the play out? He does. And my fear here is that Murlocs are in, so he has just basically one solid minion that's bigger than the Peggies on the other side, but just dies to poison. And we see that Ponpada was able to hit double Amalgadon, both with poison, neither with Divine Shield, keeping my mechs are out, so he cannot fix that. But the stats are just there, and he's going to be able to knock Karamon out into the bottom 4. Alongside of Educated Collins, and we now have our top 3.
Yep, tied for 4th and 5th there, which is a huge deal. I wanted to shout out to Karamon there with that very clutch bumper first and then like mid-sized minion second to be able to take out a potential taunted Amalgadon without just sacrificing your Master of Reality straight away. Managed to take some value trades there, but there was simply too much poison and Peggy shenanigans at the end. Good effort, but now it's all about Ponpada, Balbofat, and Bayou. Ponpada and Bayou have had at least one good lobby previously, but Balbofat, this is his first time, I think, settling into the top 4. Is he going to be able to keep up with Bayou? It's been a while since we've seen what Elise is up to, but in terms of stats, this definitely cannot get enough to beat Ponpada.
Yeah, we know that those Peggies have 100 stats or more, and so we're seeing that he had a tech card in hand to knock Divine Shields off the Prester Pyrospon, but Peggy's not going to have Divine Shields, as we know. And so now on this side of the board, these are smaller dragons than Peggy, but we have the Divine Shields now, so that is going to basically double their size.
Yeah, as a very rough way of looking at it, they got 2 attacks. So if we can sort of just math it out in our heads, I feel like it'd be very, very close in the end. The Sephin could be clutch here, but we'll see. We do know that Balbofat doesn't necessarily have the tech to get there. I think his Amalgadon didn't have poison either, so it will most likely turn into a Bayou versus Ponpada top 2, I think. There's a Pyrospon, which like you said, is going to be a big deal to take out that first minion, but I think the Nadina plus the stats here would still put Bayou in the lead.
Yeah, the stats are super important. Just they're so much bigger. Even with the Prester Pyrospon, it's just not enough. Though there is a Murloc on this side with poison. Gonna knock out the biggest minion. So Elise is going to take it, moving Balbofat into 3rd place. And we're gonna see Ponpada and Bayou in our top 2.
Which is going to be good news for Ponpada, I think, where it's the player that had no Amalgadons going up, so no chance to really leverage some poison, because that's Ponpada's only potential weakness here if he's not just hoarding all the Amalgadons himself, which is what's happening here.
There's a lot of hoarding.
Yeah, this is insane. I've not seen just Peggy without Augur get this scaled, but it's just completely leveraging the fact that you can get so many free minions in hand as the Sylas with Golden Buddy here. You love to see it. It's a different way of approaching infinite value with Sylas. I think it's going to be a very convincing victory from him with a very creative comp. Ponpada living up to the hype that a lot of the Battlegrounds community has attributed to him.
Yes, I mean, I stand Pompada now. I am a fan. You've won me over.
You say that because Collins isn't in the running anymore.
Well, I mean,
Beginning of the days, Lissa.
we know Collins is going through. We're pretty sure, and you know what? It's when you go to a competition, you always go in with your favorite. But it's so nice to find these new faces. This is our first time that we have a non-invitational big battleground event. We've had so many that were just based on pure invites to the community, and now this one is like just skill. And so we're going to see so many new faces, and I encourage everyone to become a fan of someone new that you've never seen before.
Fada already popping off when he sees the percentages. The players are allowed to have deck trackers as well, so from his perspective, he'll know that he has pretty much 100% in this situation. Knows he goes out with a full 7 points in first place, which is enough, I would say, most likely to offset that lackluster second lobby. And Ponpada, based on his little player trivia that we've gotten before, his play style is known as just unique. He has a nickname from Japan of being the Battlegrounds alien. He just does it like no one else, and that is absolutely what he saw here. A player who at one point achieved 45,000 total MMR across 3 servers. That's absolutely insane. And he does secure himself through to tomorrow. It looks like we're not going to have to go through the tiebreaker rules because there is a clear distinction. Collins in first place, followed by Baiyu from China, Ponpada from Japan, and Babofrat from EU.
We have one of
in
each.
there. Exactly.
One from each region are moving on to tomorrow.
Very, very cool stuff. Lobby A goes out with equal representation from our 4 main regions, but in the end, it is Collins who comes out on top with a second into a first, into a respectable 4.5 as well. Just very consistent play. Like you said, he is reserved and knows when to go for greed when possible, and I think all his prep has absolutely paid off here. But I want to award Most Creative Player Award to Ponpada. Is that fair, Slissa?
I think this is fair. I will agree with that. Big fan, very proud of what he was able to show off today. So, yeah, new fan in me.
Yeah. And then shout out, of course, to Baiyu as well. We were comparing him a little bit to Collins. Those are Benej's words, not mine, but he has been known to be one of the more confident players in China, apparently, who is fine with taking the power level stance. Maybe that playstyle is not so appropriate in the buddy meta, but definitely confidence overall is super important in a tournament like this where you're faced up against the greats. Knowing that you have what it takes and believing in yourself is a huge part of the recipe to success. And then finally, rounding out our top 4 from Lobby A, we have Babofat, who is admittedly one of the wild cards of the tournament. Anything that you picked up when asking him some questions, Lissa?
Yeah, he just seems like a very humble guy, and I mean, I did get to spectate him recently for the Watchstone, so trying to get into the tournament for next time around, trying to get an invite there, and he's very fun to watch play. He plays Sylas a lot. I think I've seen him play Sylas quite a few times, and just very consistent, but he just overall seems like a nice, humble guy.
Absolutely love to see it. 4 players, 1 from each region, going through to tomorrow where we will be entering the Czech format as well, but that's only half of our action from the day over, Slissa. We still have 3 games to be played out for Lobby B, the other half of our top 16, which also features 2 players from every region, so always someone to cheer for. Still, I want to shout out our players that didn't unfortunately manage to make it through to tomorrow. Zoin Yu, a big favorite from the LATAM community and was looking super strong at the beginning, but unfortunately couldn't pull it together. And Karamon, who is a very famous in Japan player who has written a dictionary for how to play different heroes and has definitely contributed a lot to the community. Can you talk a little bit about the other 2 as well, Sissa?
Oh yes, if I can remember their names really fast. So we had Max Sevenkey from the Russian community, has very strong ladder finishes, but unfortunately just it wasn't his day today. And our final player was from the Americas, right?
Oh, I said Zonyo.
Oh, you said Zonyo.
I'm so sorry. That's my fault for putting you on the spot there.
It was our Chinese player Summer, and I believe he was our youngest player, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We managed to find some background info on him, and apparently he is only 18 years old, which is amazing. Some of the historic champions in Hearthstone, constructed at least, have been teenagers, so I feel he has many, many years and potential ahead of him to improve even more. Of course, this is our only first Lobby Legends of the year. Still so many to be played out, and the qualification will continue. That is definitely not the last we've seen of those 4 players, but right now we have our top 4 from Lobby A cemented. After this short break, we will be seeing who are the other 4 to join them from Lobby B. Do not go anywhere. Right after this, we'll be back with the second half of the day.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Lobby Legends Raid Leaders Totally Not Rigged Lobby Draw. What is it? Hello everyone and welcome to the Lobby Legends Raid Leaders Totally Not Rigged Lobby Draw. I am Alex Barhorst, aka A-Bar. I am the product manager for Hearthstone Esports. Joining me today is the assistant to the product manager for Hearthstone Esports. That's Griffey. So what we're doing today is we have 16 competitors who made it through the qualifier portion of our Lobby Legends event, so we need to separate them into 2 different groups. So we're going to draw balls from a cheap plastic ball machine that I bought on the internet, and if the number is even, then you're going to go into Lobby A, and if the number is odd, then we're going to put that player into Lobby B. So without further ado, let's get into our random drawing. Griffey, take it away. So our first player we're drawing for is Educated Collins, and he is number 12. So even will go into lobby number A. Lobby letter X. So even numbers will go into lobby A. Next up is Ken, and he is number 1. So odd, and so Ken will be in lobby B. Isn't this exciting, Griffey? And that's it. We have our lobbies drawn. Lobby A over here and Lobby B over there. Thank you so much for the assist, Griffey. And everyone, be sure to tune in April 2nd and 3rd for Battlegrounds Lobby Legends only on YouTube and Twitch.
Welcome back, everybody, to Lobby Legends Raid Leaders. My name is Gia, and still with me is Slissa Ritter at Slissa on Twitter. How are you doing?
Oh, no. That was beautiful, Gia. I'm doing great. And now I'm just giggly and happy again.
I practiced that at least 5 times during the break. Shout out to Toddle for giving me the idea.
Toddle.
We have
Yeah,
just
D.
finished.
Oh, dang it. Mine's not as cool. I wasn't prepared. Sorry.
You can find some time to make a rhyme with my name at some later point, maybe after next break, because right now we have to talk about how the first half of the day panned out, because of course Lobby A has been resolved, done and dusted. We have our top 4 players advancing through to tomorrow. It is Educated Collins, Bayou, Babo Fats, and of course Pon Pata, an even representation of our 4 regions. And I wonder if it's going to pan out similarly in the second half of the day, because we've only seen 8 players so far.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this second lobby, how who the players are, and see how it's going to pan out, because lobby A was super exciting. I mean, every single game was thrilling in my opinion. There was no boring game. I mean, some games of Battlegrounds can be boring, but nothing there was boring to me. Like, there was just so much excitement. And we can see in lobby B, we have B Nice from Europe, Kurt from the Americas, Goddammit from Europe, Huff from China, Ken from Americas, Satellite from Japan, Say from APAC, and SJMR from China.
I love how we're just kind of using Japan and APAC interchangeably.
I am so sorry. I mean,
no, it's true, exactly, because we have all of our APAC players coming from Japan as it panned out here.
Yeah,
and they're right here.
And if you look at Europe, we had 2 from Germany, 2 from Russia, so that's pretty cool too.
Absolutely. And of these players, I feel like there is one player we need to highlight the most in Goddammit, because I heard, Slissa, in the qualifiers, he won every single lobby he played in. Clean sweep.
Was it a clean sweep, or was like close to a clean sweep? I think he did insanely well. Lots of first places. Very impressive qualifier, to say the least.
That's right. And if anybody wasn't here at the beginning or needed a reminder, these top 16 that have played out through today, they went through so many stages of qualification to get here. At the end of February, they had to be one of the top 16 players among the 3 regions. And then they had to play through a 48-player qualifier that was played off stream, be one of the top 12 here, and then make it through to the top 16, at least if they are from Americas, APAC, or EU, whereas our top 4 players from China had a different but equally rigorous qualification system. And like we said, in Lobby A, there were a very even representation of players making it through to tomorrow. We could see that replicated through, or we could see some standouts here, because I feel like our European players are some runaway favorites in terms of how they've been performing on ladder, or maybe just because I know a little bit more about them.
Yeah, I mean, we have some great Americas players, but I keep going back to our Japanese players. Like, I got to see them last turn, and I'm now a big fan. So I think it will be a very interesting lobby. We do have confirmation that Goddammit during the qualifiers, during the second round of qualifiers, he did a clean sweep of first places, which is just so impressive, because there's 24 of the top players there. So well, he is someone to look forward to watching in this first game.
Absolutely. Just going to give our players a little bit of time to get ready, but in the meanwhile, we can sort of give some background on our players. I especially want to highlight Kurt, because I don't know very much about him, but never mind. We'll do that when we're in Kurt's perspective, because we're starting off with Goddammit here on a test right off the bat. Last lobby, Tess didn't perform especially well, but how do you think about her prospects here with Goddammit?
It's interesting because he was offered Bran and Murlocs are in this game. I'm not sure what other minion types are in. I can see beasts, I can see mechs. So a bit of a greedy play, because when you see brand Murlocs, it's something that a lot of players would normally pick up. We're going to find out soon what other minion types are in, but I think Tess just has a lot of good qualities right now and is super greedy. So maybe he's saying, hey, I'm going to be greedy game one and then play it safe from here on out. But we can see now that there are no dragons, no elementals, and no pirates this game. And you can see on the left-hand side who all of our players are playing, as well as what tier they are on.
All right, quick note, I've already come up with my bias for this lobby, and it's Satellite, because I have that exact same Shiba Inu plushie and the Hearthstone pillow in my room.
Oh my gosh. So, yeah.
What are the odds?
You need to get one of those balls next.
Though. I don't exercise enough for that, but something that I don't have is the double Swamp Striker start as Flurgle, which is a good way to get tempo here. But I'm very curious about Flurgle's position in the meta ever since the tier 1 Murlocs are changed. Do you think that the lack of Tidehunter has been a boon or a detriment to Flurgle, given that it also has a strong minion replacing it?
I think because a strong minion replaces it, it allows the hero to be strong in the early game, and it's not as crazy. And we see AFK now is about to get their triples. They're taking their time to see what triples they got. Are they maybe going for the AFK achievement where they wait an extra turn? No, they just decided to open up the packages, getting a Thorn Collar and a Deflecto bot. They are able to level here because they have tokens in the shop. The decision between the Quillbore or the Alley Cat, and it's a smart decision here because with the Deflecto bot, we have a good target for these blood gems early, along with the banana. So a very good start for AFK. One of those heroes that people just think is weak, but is actually insanely strong this meta.
Especially with that new skin. So I think SJMR was just paying some respect to the recently announced patch notes with that beginning of the turn where AFK is not allowed to press the freeze button or do anything else or emote in the early game. That was a great April Fool's prank, but actually does end up with some amazing 3-drops like you said. I love picking AFK, especially when Quillbore are in, because a lot of the power spike minions are available on tier 3. Thorn Collar, just a great one with scaling sort of built in as long as it dies every combat, and then the Brute and the Bannerbore, if you can get another Quillbore going, it's really great. And then mechs are a great one to have too. Anything with Divine Shield works amazingly with that buddy from AFK, and she can consistently make top 4, I feel, if you hit enough of those. Meanwhile, for Ken though, he does have a powerful demon start, heavy tempo with the Millhouse, should be getting the buddy on curve, I feel, which generally means either 7, 8, or 9 gold, depending on what tier the buddy is.
Kurt has tripled early into a 3-drop. We can see Green Thumb, Arm of the Empire, and Soul Juggler. Not sure what his board looks like, but Green Thumb is a good early card to get, especially with Mukla, who's usually going these Divine Shield builds. Obviously, he doesn't have enough cards this turn for Avenge, but he's going to start stacking bananas on his Green Thumb so that it doesn't get sniped early. I do like this play. Having to make that kind of decision. About to get his buddy as well, so there is the thought of just holding bananas till you get your buddy. That's something I like to do. I just use the big bananas early and hold on to the small ones. But
makes sense. I mean, and while we're here on Kurt's perspective, he is, I think, fair to say, one of the lesser known names in the competition, but he has been playing Hearthstone ever since 2015 in Constructed, and then moving to Battlegrounds since release. He has a very, very kind message to the viewers where he's very humble, talking about how the competition today is very, very tough, but he is absolutely going to give it his all. And if you want to follow his climb next season, you can check out his stream on Twitch/Captain CAPN Kurt 44. Moving over to Sesei here, he is a very, very vocal player on social media. Once again, a Japanese representative, and you can also check him out on Twitter. But over here we have another Maya. We've been seeing a lot of her today with 2 alley cats frozen in the shop and an icky imp. Meanwhile, for Be Nice, ends up with honestly something that Sesei would have wished he'd have, the Soul Jugger to go along with the icky imps.
yeah, so gonna take an early 3-drop triple. I'm seeing a lot of early triples in this lobby. so a lot of tempo-esque plays going down. So that's something that everyone in the lobby needs to keep in mind when looking around. Seeing that other players are playing very safe means it's a bit scary to go greedy, because you're going to just take a lot of mid-range damage early, and they have to keep that in mind. But if you look at all the heroes, there are a lot of tempo heroes in this lobby, Maiev being one of the only greedy heroes. So I think that's just something that every player needs to keep in mind. And now Edwin has received their buddy along with Millhouse. I'm sure a lot of players received it this turn. Edwin just in a good position with this early golden Wrathweaver.
True. We have seen, I think, twice today just Edwin's doing pretty well in the early game, which is something I'm not used to seeing. But I do think it's sort of in line with the tempo-heavy lobby that you were talking about, which is, in my opinion, a side effect of the minion types that we have banned out. No elementals and no pirates means that people are less likely to triple into fives, where there's the big power spikes or big directional minions of Nomi and Hogger that people would usually aim for. In this lobby, there's potential to hit a 4 instead, maybe get some Avenge going, or just play for tempo and then skip straight to 6, which is potentially what Sese is thinking about here. With the buddy active, he has access to a golden Kaboom bot later on. He's going to use the hero power on Felfin Navigator, which means that he wants the triple on the Icky Imp earlier than 3 turns from now. What do you think is going to be the timing of his curve?
I feel like he's holding this Alley Cat in hand for money, because he's going to be tripling his Kaboom bot next turn into a 6. So being able to sell out the Alley Cat, and then we'll be able to buy the Trickster. So he's definitely looking to go double 6-drop with 2 mechs on board, probably looking for a Mega Busters or maybe a Faux Reaper. But I think that's the line. He's going for 2 triples into 6 and hoping that at least one of them hit a Omega Buster. And then we can see over here, Millhouse is tier 4 with this Wrathweaver Trickster comp. A lot of people have at least one Trickster, and they're just putting all their bananas on it. So if everyone's doing it, then is no one doing it? Like,
if everyone's super, is no one?
Yeah.
I mean, the very interesting thing to me here is that picking Millhouse, I feel, with elementals and pirates out is a bold choice, because I feel like those are the 2 easy directions to go in with Millhouse. Those are minion types that really benefit from the cheap cost of buying minions and don't really rely on rolling too much, potentially. And there's also minions that let you get gold benefit from elementals with Celemental and the Wraith. And then the pirates, of course, every Gambler and every Hogger you pick up is a great use of the hero power. When those minion types are out, what do you think Millhouse is looking to do in the long run?
Possibly a brand composition. Yeah, because also dragons are out, which is kind of the Caligos. So, yeah, I'd assume something with brand or Quilboar, a menagerie style comp. And we now see, is he going to sell out of 1 more minion? Is he going to keep the pair, hold the mechs? I believe he's likely going to sell the buddy in case he hits Omega, but he decides he needs to go with as much current tempo as possible in case he misses, and he does miss. This is quite a miss, because Amalgadon, he only has 3 types, no brand. Right. Charlie is some stats, but not a ton of stats currently. And he just doesn't have the money to use Seafood Slinger this turn.
Right. I also would be scared to take Slinger for the reroll, because usually Maiev takes a lot of pain and they have to stabilize on that next turn to not get below damage cap. On the second roll, though, there is a direction in Felbat, but admittedly it's a weak direction given he only has 1 other demon available. Does still take it here. And with the Charlie, that's, you know, a decent amount of tempo rolling right now, and he could try and buy more demons here. It's just interesting how he'll use this last gold here, because actually I like freezing Murloc to guarantee that he'll eat the 2 highest stat minions with the demons.
Yeah, I think a lot of maybe a little bit lower level players would have hero powered the demon just to have another demon online, but that wouldn't be online for 3 turns. And he has been taking damage every single turn, so his core goal is to just get as strong as possible. Therefore, taking the 2-3 out of contention of being eaten and allowing himself to skill as much as possible. So now he will be able to win this turn.
Yeah, that is very true. Sasei rewarded big time for stabilizing with the Felvat. Otherwise, it was looking to be down to damage cap, which unfortunately, it looks like it's SJMR on the AFK that is barely staying above it, even though we talked about how we really like AFK at the moment. Satellite, however, transitioning into budget Arana, it looks like, which is so funny to say when you're Flurgle and you actually do hit Murlocs. But
is this a thing they do in Japan? Because I've never seen a Flurgle do this.
Honestly, I am not sure. I've not seen this too often either. As Flurgle, I much prefer staying on tier 3, where you do get the Navigator and the Cold Lights here, and only for a couple turns, just sort of until you can hit a triple and then try and level and hit the Bran. But we see Satellite going for a much, on paper, safer approach, but it's not saved him much health so far. I wonder if the combat randomness has been detrimental to him so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting, and we see that Satellite is at 3 health, another triple in the shop, but I'm getting word that we might be ending this game shortly.
Oh?
Yeah, we have word from Abar that this game will be exited soon. One of our players were not aware that this wasn't a practice game, and so yeah.
That is very unfortunate. There was a problem in the communication lines where, like you said, we've just gotten word that one of our players was not informed that this was not the test game. They didn't know that we would be skipping it. So for better or for worse, it means that any progress in that game is going to be null in the grand scheme of things. No points awarded or minused from anyone. That, honestly, I feel is a huge relief to particularly Satellite, because that was not going his way.
Yeah, I mean, that very unfortunate situation where we are restarting this game, but it just means more battlegrounds to watch. So is it unfortunate? I don't know. It's going to be more fun because now we have more games. We get to start fresh.
And now that we're back on the caster screen, I can once again put you on the spot. Have you come up with a rhyme for my name?
No, I was watching Battlegrounds. My whole heart and brain was into that game. Gia D. Oh my gosh. I can't. Yours was just so good. I mean, I don't think I can compete with you with the way you said my name was just so beautiful. I've never even thought of that or heard it. I don't know. I didn't think my name was that cool, but now it's the coolest name out there.
I'm hoping it'll catch on where everybody will only refer to you as your full name, which is Alyssa Ritter at Slissa on Twitter. Nothing shorter than that. It's just like Brian Kibler.
Yeah, I mean, can you really beat Brian Kibler though?
I mean, at Battlegrounds, I'm sure you could.
At Battlegrounds, well. maybe. But he is the king of card games.
I mean, Constructed too. You kind of beat a chess legend.
I mean, Garrett Kasparov didn't have as much time to learn the game as I have. So I'm going to give him that. He learned the game quite quickly.
Right.
Maybe in the future, he will be able to beat me.
And I
tried to get him into Battlegrounds, by the way. I kept telling him when I was with him, I said, if you want to play the real chess game, we got to get you into the auto chess, the Battlegrounds. But he was very, very in love with Constructed Hearthstone when I met him, so.
All right, apologies for talking too much about Slissa. I just like doing that and hyping her up because she's awesome. You're awesome, Slissa. But why don't we talk a little bit about our players here in Lobby B as well. We said that Satellite is going to be pretty happy to have the restarted lobby. And I did mention a while ago that somebody in our player list has Elemental as their favorite hero. And that is exactly Satellite. His favorite hero is Maiev and his favorite comp is Menagerie. And this is resonating with me so much, just as much as the Shiba Inu plushie, because I love Maiev as well. I love forcing Agam Menagerie. I guess it's not exactly Menagerie, but Agam is just my favorite thing. I'm a one trick. However, something he's done, which I have no chance of doing, is winning tons of community tournaments. Over in Japan, they have all sorts of names for their community tournaments. They have the Hero Cup, the Flame Cup, the Daryl Cup, the Ragnaros Cup, and the one I'm familiar with is the Bob Cup, which is hosted by Beer Brick, one of the big Hearthstone organizations over in Japan, hosted by Banzero and Ahirun, who everybody knows on Twitter and who everybody gets deck lists from. They're also active in the battleground scene, and they've had 11 of these, I believe, Bob Cups already, and it's still ongoing. And I truly believe that the active support from the community, giving so many practice grounds and encouraging new players to crop up, is the recipe to success for Japan's battleground scene.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I've been pushing so much to get Battlegrounds into the Americas and Europe, because we just don't have a ton here. I had the opportunity to play in China all last year. I'm very lucky that I got to do that. And I felt so bad for all these other Europeans, Americans, APAC who couldn't be a part of that. I was in their Gold League series. So I'm so happy now that we have this Lobby Legends and that anyone can qualify. You don't have to be on a team. You don't have to be invited. You don't have to be this big content creator to get an invite. You just have to be good. Get good, you'll be here.
Oh man, but that's the hardest part, Lisa.
I have to be good at the game? Yes, you have to be good. And then we'll sit here and critique you for your plays.
Yes.
And say, was that good?
You learned immediately why casting is the best thing to do. But you, of course, have been in the shoes of these players playing in these high-stakes competitive scenarios where a lot of those tournaments have also been in a sort of team format, whether you've got 4 people against 4 within a lobby or pairs facing off against other pairs. What do you think is the biggest difference now that the setting is every player for themselves?
I mean, team tournaments are just so different. If you think about global invitationals, that was 4v4, but we weren't aware of who we were facing. So that was the most individual team play I've ever done, where you're really just concerned about yourself because you can't even see who's who. So you don't know who to target, who to, help out, who to rearrange minions for. Where with other team events, we'll have a team event where you can be on communications with one another and tell them, hey, like, move your scary minions away. But that is only legal on team tournaments. So it's very different when it's for yourself first, when you can work with somebody because you can greed level and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, these players are really, it's more like ladder where you're really just there for yourself and just trying to do the best you can per turn and looking at, how many points do I need to make it out alive.
Right. But in terms of having experience of team play, I'm sure there's also some skills that carry over in the individual tournaments, because we know that Goddammit has played in big team tournaments in the past. In fact, he won one of the very first esports events for Battlegrounds from the All-Star Invitational back in 2020. He was on the first place team as well for the EMEA Cup that incidentally Collins was casting with me back in the day. Oh man, it's all coming to a head now. Everybody is still playing Battlegrounds. That's amazing. Sorry, my bad. That was the 3rd place team.
Collins said in his greatest achievements that his greatest achievement was casting that event. And he said his 2nd greatest achievement was cleaning his room this week.
I mean, you got to be proud of that.
I'm sitting here like, you won global invitationals, you made Lobby Legends, you've been top 1 on the ladder numerous times. And your greatest achievement is casting that event and cleaning your room. So humble from Collins. I wonder if he'll put in his next greatest achievement that he made it out of the first lobby to qualify for the first Lobby Legends finals. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll still be humble and clean his room was his achievement. I don't know.
Yeah. Speaking of Collins, I just looked at our Discord chat a little bit more, and apparently back in the day of just a while ago, that triple that I called 100% bait, Collins froze it. So that goes to show that I have a lot to learn here, and there is a big difference that 2000 MMR can make here. These players are at the top for a reason, but thankfully we did get word that we are restarting that game. We'll have the coverage very, very soon. In the meantime, Sosa, is there any other player you want to sort of put a spotlight on from Lobby B?
Yeah, let's put a spotlight on Kurt because you were just saying that you don't know him very well, and so that's someone we should put a spotlight on. I had the pleasure of facing him on the ladder last night as he was preparing for today. I gave him a wave. He waved back. We happy cowed. It was a quite pleasant game until he murdered me, but he did win the lobby, and I took second, as what happened to caster versus competitor. But we have restarted this game, and we finally get a Gallywix game. Say on Gallywix with no demons, no pirates, no Quillbore. So there will be cleaves in the lobby for Gallywix, which is very interesting. We also have elementals in, so very exciting Gallywix play will likely happen.
Yeah, it's our first Galley of the tournament, which is very weird to say that given we're already in the fourth one of the day, even fifth if you want to count the half lobby a while ago. And the beasts being in and elementals is a big deal for the early game of Gallywix because that means both Elemental and Alleycat are available to essentially print money. The hero power from Gallywix means that any of these token minions, when you sell them, give you more total gold across a 2-turn period. And it's more about being able to stabilize in the early game with Galley because it takes a while to really pop off and then use that buddy potentially with Brand to build those big cleaves that Slissa was talking about. But over here for Kurt, we have a Mastering Wen pick, one of the most contentious heroes. I feel like this is a love-or-hate type of hero. And with the buddy system, I feel that when alongside Hook Tusk sort of fell off a bit, I feel like their buddies can't keep up with other people. But do you have any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree. It was just when the buddies came in, it just wasn't a strong buddy. So this hero kind of fell off. But I do like this freeze for the pair in the shop. So we can see now that Kurt will be doing the warrior curve, staying on tier 1 until he can find triples, usually leveling on 7 gold. And I really like Rokara as a hero option selection here because he's buffing up his minions a bit early. Rokara is a good hero power to have with mechs on your board, so I like this.
It's true, but a bit unfortunate that the micro mummies were buffing the first half of Elemental, which is never going to stay on the board unless he wants to keep it a bit longer because now there's an option for a 2-cost hero power. The Scabs is a great one to have in the early game. Means he can still spend the gold efficiently without having to sell away this Elemental. But there's still a line where you sell it just to make sure that it can't steal any more buffs and maybe put it on a minion, the attack buffs from the micro mummy that actually have a bit more permanence. We do see Kurt going for the Scabs hero power here though. Is he going to use it? Maybe not.
Nope.
Okay.
Not about it. Gonna get a freeze. I'm not sure if people saw, but Kurt's cat was probably giving him some thoughts. Kurt's cat was in the bottom right-hand corner of his camera, and I couldn't. Oh, there he is again. Hi, cat.
Wait. You're distracted by the cat. I'm distracted by these trolling micro mummies, which keep buffing Elemental or Water Droplet. They're not buffing any mechs, which is really unfortunate for Kurt. Those are the way more permanent minions from his comp. But over here on Hoth, we have a Galakron selection, which is very, very interesting. I feel that Galakron is pretty good right now, honestly. It's similar to how it plays out before, but the buddy being tier 2 means that you can spike even better. Nest Matron is an option here, but not quite the best Avenge setup. Do you think he should settle for it or keep going higher with the hero power?
There is an Avenge minion in the shop. It's just, I'm not sure if his middle minion is a token, because if it is, he could take the Witchwing and the Micro Mummy. It's just depending if nope, it's not a Elemental. So he is going to take it, and he has the money to just level and can consider freezing for the Micro Mummy just for an Avenge unit. It is a consideration, but on tier 2, there are a lot of taunts and Avenge units there as well. And we see Kurt is tripling into a 3-drop, which we keep seeing today. And finds Rat Pack. And Rat Pack.
Yeah, that is basically the pick here. Like, you can make the argument that the 4/4, it's in some situations better just for straight up stats, but he does have Micro Mummy, which has a good chance of buffing the Rat Pack eventually, so you can get more than 2 tokens from that later on. It does finally buff something that isn't the Water Droplet, and he gets the Buddy online, so maybe Kurt is still able to stabilize even with those awful buffs from the Mummy at the beginning. He's going to deal a lot of of damage to the Galley as well with all of these tokens sticking. Like 6 might not seem like a lot, but this early in the game, that is way more than the Galley wants to be taking.
Yeah, because the thing about Gallywix is he's really weak until he finds his triple, his power spike. But now with the buddy, Gallywix has a huge power spike and can stabilize as long as he gets the buddy, which means he needs to be dealing damage, winning turns, not falling too far behind. And we see the Gallywix here has a triple, freezing. I don't know if he's going to be able to wait out for a 5-drop though with the money.
It's definitely close, and tripling into 4 for SSA, I want to say, is not the end of the world. Like, if he hits a Hydra, that's something you could use as the platform for the buddy buff later on and use that to stabilize. But over here on the side of SJMR, he has descended below camera, which I can very much relate to. My posture also gets worse and worse as the day goes on. But as Daryl here, it looks like he is going to finally pay off on all these dances and take the pup bots. Nothing else to spend his gold on. He is going to hold on to a little bit of money and dance on the next minion potentially. But with Daryl, I honestly find it really difficult to figure out when you can keep going for these buffs and staying low and when you need to start aiming higher and leveling. Do you have any tips on that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if the shop has tokens and pup bots in it, you're going to stay. But if you see nothing, it's time to go. It's time to move on, especially getting to tier 3 and 4, where you can start getting magnetics for your mechs and whatnot. So it very much depends on what's offered, because when you're on tier 1, you're only getting 3 minions. I have seen someone like Dog do a fun trick where you stay on tier 1 forever with tricksters and chroma wings, and that's when you don't see mechs or something in the lobby. And he very successfully did this and was quite impressed. But we see now Satellite has a triple on board, got to the buddy. Is he going to go for a 5-drop? He looks to be doing so. Going to get that buddy out. So his buddy gets some buffs. Oh, just kidding. The Elemental stole from the micro. Lee just realized it too. He's like, why is it not buffing?
However,
we see a Mama Bear, SI7, or a Crocolisk. Interesting options here. The Mama Bear can give way better direction, but I have to
this
see
is honestly such a tough pick because Mama Bear, again, better direction and also immediately buffs the buddy, but he does have these 2 micro mummies, which potentially is an event setup for the Croc, and given that the baby Alec is a beast, he could get some immediate good stats from it. Ends up, though, taking the Mama Bear and can immediately rebuff the Rattler after it take some minus stats from the Zyrella hero power. It's a decent amount of stats for now, but probably not enough to keep up with Edwin. Zyrella, I feel, has honestly fallen off. I was taking a very long time to come to terms with it because I feel she's been one of my favorite hero. But what do you think is her place in the meta at the moment?
Yeah, she was so strong, and I mean, I haven't come to terms with it. I'm still picking her.
All right, true.
You can't convince me otherwise.
I like to do that too, and I take many quick 8s because I feel that her buddy moving from tier 2 to tier 3 was one of the biggest nerfs in terms of everybody's buddies going up. I feel like Zyrella suffered more than many others because that extra turn it takes means that you miss so many buffs. It's around the tier 2 buddy breakpoint where you can get so much tempo from having that baby Alec and then do the usual Zyrella thing of power level, use your hero power to get to 6 before everyone, and then just take Branna Malgadon type of thing. She dies a lot more quickly because of it. But over here on Hop's side, he is Galakron that has been going for an Avenge setup with that early Nest Matron. Puts a 4 in the shop. Do you think he's going to use the buddy now to turn it into a 5? Okay. Never mind.
Nope, I do not think he will. That's not caster vision or anything. I just had that feeling. But the question here is, he has... Oh, this is spicy. Sorry, I'm going to come over here to be nice because he has now found himself some direction. And with Cookie, it's really important to find direction fast because of that hero power that can basically forced direction. And so with the Kalagos having 3 dragons on board, he's going to hero power a minion type elementals that has a lot of battle cries. I believe there are more battle cries with elementals than with mechs, so that is a better decision to hero power, and then can freeze for the dragon in the shop.
Yeah, he freezes for Dragon and potentially the Battle Cry too. We did talk about how single Kalagos is usually not enough to win lobbies these days, but it is, I think, decent to take a couple Battle Cries just to fill out the rest of that turn as he eventually levels to hopefully find another Kalagos and truly consolidate the board. But for Sese, this is the crucial point. Can he survive at 11 health?
Yeah.
Kills the Nest Matron, which is huge, but that Rattler dead. He's alive.
Woo! He has a tie, which he needed because he didn't get his buddy till 9 gold. And so that he has to use his buddy this turn. He needs the power spike because we can see on his board, he is quite weak. He had stayed on tier 3 an extra turn as well, just to try and get stronger. I imagine he's going to level here to try to find some strong 4 drops. He has, lots of tokens in the shop, lots of ways to use money, and he already has a minion on board that he can place his hero or his buddy on in that cyclone. So he has a good minion to buff up. The question is, does he buy this alley cat? I don't mind it. It's more money spent. Another cyclone and a triple.
This is such a huge turn for Sese.
He could get Bran.
Yeah. Potentially could get Bran and double up on the battle cries from the Mogul. This buddy says battle cry, give a minion +1/+1 for each gold spent this turn. We saw that Sese had 14 saved up at the beginning. He spends even more than that because of all the token minions. But yeah, that is no Bran on the triple. Still a decent outcome in the 7 because he still has a Murloc setup. It's just about surviving the turn. And against the Daryl, especially with the stats you get from the Bilgewater Mogul, I think he has a very good chance of surviving.
I've never heard anyone say the name of this buddy. I don't know the names of anybody.
I mean, I just read it right now. I mean, if I convinced you that I knew it before that, then I'm doing my job great. Thank you very much.
You did excellent work. I'm impressed. Grabs a ghoul. Obviously, as a defense mechanism for Daryl, knowing that Daryl likely has a lot of divine shields, actually only has 1. The second one won't proc till later.
Yeah, however, there is the selfless hero, like you said, which the timing of the... Oh no! It snipes the 7! But I don't think Sese is dead. Everything is low tier minions left.
Yes, he is still in it. He's was already in the danger zone, so damage from here doesn't really matter. The question is, does anyone join him in the danger zone? And we see that Galakron, Hoff has a Kalagos in hand. Not on the board, probably just didn't have space and it wasn't going to add tempo value. But we have can see some direction in hand of Hoff.
Losing that fight was a big deal though, because it looks like he's a 98% Andy or something right now on the meter, which means that he can't triple his buddy for another discover, and that buddy is on board, so it's taking up space, and now he has to ask himself the hard decision of whether he has to sell it to be strong enough the next fight and lose out on the potential triple later, or if he can greed it even more. I would be scared if I were him, but also the damage cap is still intact, so maybe not.
Yeah, since the damage cap is intact, he is okay, safe, but on the other side, Be Nice and Say are below in the danger zone. So we know that Be Nice has direction with that Kalagos, but with only 1, is it enough to keep him online? Meanwhile, over here, it is probably time for Hoff to get out of this Avenge milking, because he needs to get the stats. He's been losing. It's time to switch out of it. I think some players switch out of the milking is slightly too late. They wait till they're like kind of in that danger zone, but you actually want to get out of it a turn before the danger zone, so now you just never enter it. So I like that he is slightly transitioning out of the Avenge units. He still has some and good tempo, safe plays, and we're about to face off versus the Zyrella, who we had seen a lot of already. Was Zyrella able to find beasts? Did the mama bear get some value? That's going to be the question.
I'm unsure, but this is just jarring to me to see a taunted gas coiler. Not something you usually see, but obviously Hoff just trying to play maximum battle cries there to get buffs on 3 dragons. And also, there is going to be enough space for the gas coiler to still get enough minions going. However, this Zyrella has a very strong beast set up from Satellite. It's the Bird Buddy getting a lot of work done. I feel like Bird Buddy is just the strongest tier 3 minion in a vacuum. It's just a crazy amount of stats.
Oh no, and the Gallywix facing death. With Say going out to Be Nice. They were both fighting it out to try to survive. And Be Nice has come out on top and tripled Buddy. So we're going to see, saved a Brand in the shop along with a Argus. Let's see, finds a Seafood Slinger, which is a battle cry. Does have a Murloc on board. Technically.
Very awkward though. It doesn't hit second Caligos, so the scaling is not amazing. And also board space starts to become an issue because obviously his weakest minion is the second promo, but it's a pair. Oh, never mind. Problem solved. He hits the triple.
But over here on Panda, there's the triple. We'll go back to Panda in just a second. We see a second Seafood Slinger or another Nadina. We already have one Nadina, so it's not quite necessary. Plus an Argus for the Nadina. And it's probably too early for players to be teching in Prester, Pyrospawn. A second Nadina. We're online. It's fine. No one panic.
Now we're talking business. So as soon as the triple hero power is used here, care of the Buddy, I think it's time to get out of the Buddy and then just play maximum battle cries. Yeah, Be Nice absolutely agrees. He's going to taunt up only Nadina here, which is an amazing play in terms of tempo. This early on in the game. Can hit another triple. So many triples this time. Triple Caligos! Ah!
We're doing things. It's happening. Okay. Zap for the tech to end on isn't the worst thing because you could put Nadina in the back.
True. Yeah, it starts to become weird because he first hit second Caligos and then had to create board space for it, and now he kind of wishes he has another dragon, but it's still going to be tons of stats here and nice stabilization from Be Nice. In terms of quality of dragons, I want to say he doesn't have like the absolutely premium ones like Bronze Warden that you really want to scale early, and no Pyrospawn just yet, but the Evolving Chromoing is amazing to have. It just becomes essentially a poison minion if you have Caligos and at least one level left in order to double its attack with Nadina. It's huge. Ken, however, on the Mutinous is a 3-unit Andy. Double Wildfire Elementals, a pretty creative way of going about this, but the Nadina is going to make things awkward for him because can't quite get maximum cleaves going.
Yeah, that is the only issue because we don't have that many minions over here. And if we had the mechs in the front, then we could use them to knock off some divine shields. But still looks to be in this pretty safe position. Just kidding. Unless... No, not a safe position. I totally lied. Will not die this turn and just got more buddies in hand. But can't do much with them.
That's true. In this position, usually Mutinous only gets great value from the first buddy. You generally don't have the time to wait until you triple it, and the golden buddy gives the stats to 5 minions instead of 3. And when you get the second and third copy of the buddy, usually you try and eat some other minions and just hope they land on it. You can't quite guarantee that you scale them, especially without Quillbar in the lobby to use blood gems to scale those up. So it's just going to be a little bit of tempo added, and he absolutely needs every bit that he can get because he's hanging on for dear life here. Over onto Kurt, though. He is doing pretty well with another beast comp, but he's facing Zyrella, who we've seen Satellite had a pretty strong beast comp a couple turns ago already, and I feel like Kurt's going to be outclassed.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because they were going a slightly different directions. Mama Bear versus Crocolisk, and we see the Baby Crush on the side of the screen, as well as Goldrun. I'm not sure who this one will go to, but I'm curious to see how many triples Zyrella was able to come up with because Satellite had so many pairs last we saw. It looks like they found 2 triples, got into a Goldrun along with a Divine Shield of Malgadon, which can be fixed because there are Murlocs, so A lot of people might not think that he can transition into a Amalgadon comp, but he very much can, because he is tier 6. He has a Divine Shield Amalgadon, which can get poisoned. Like, he can just transition out of Beast slowly and into Amalgadon comp.
Yeah, pretty healthy as well too. And I was gonna say maybe the key factor for this fight is that Crackling Cyclone over for the Panda player here. But the fact that Satellite had a lot of taunts to protect the Mama Bear from being cleaved immediately is a big deal. The fight is getting a bit close, but it really depends on whether Mama Bear dies before Rat Pack. Oh no!
I mean, they both get full Mama Bear value, right? So it's fair?
Sort of, but obviously there is more value to be had for Kurt here. It's a big deal. Okay, actually,
okay, it's a tie because the Baby Crush wasn't able to attack. If he did attack, he would summon a 9/9 and he would have won. But since it went the other direction, that is not what occurred. And it looks like a damage over here with some good setup going on, facing the Ghost. 7 gold, needs to make some decisions. He has a 1 health and a dream, as I like to say. Yeah, it looks like he barely survived. He got put down to 1 health this turn and then got the Ghost, which is just kind of the best thing for him to get the Ghost when you have 1 health. So needs to decide, like, how do I scale my board? He's a bit board locked right now. Because, yeah.
Could be the Light Fang's time to go, but if not that, then the egg. The Buddy is a bit awkward in that it doesn't gain value from the Light Fang, but I do think it is scaling faster than Light Fang scaling. It gets +2/+2 for every minion bought, right? So that's pretty good still. I just want to point out that Goddammit, for the vast majority of this game, was ahead of the lobby, like staying at 41 HP for the beginning stages and middle stages of the game, which is something we've seen from Edwin's throughout the entire tournament so far. But everything turned around in the blink of an eye because Edwin's scaling really falls off towards the late game, where people are doing much more powerful things with their hero power. He does at least have a cleave though, which is a big deal. Like, Edwin has been called Edwin Van Cleave since pretty much the beginning of Battlegrounds, because it's the most powerful thing you can do with that hero power, and sort of a benefit compared to Daryl, where you can continue to build up minions on your board. But we'll see if Goddammit can sneak into a higher position here. Meanwhile, Mutinous has gotten more minions than just 3 and landed a pretty good buff on the Hydra. I don't think it was guaranteed for him to get the spin on that, so that's
it's a huge, he hero powered one of his original minions, and I was probably like a 1 out of 6 at least.
Yeah. He kind of traded in a conditional cleave in the Wildfire Elemental to a guaranteed cleave from the Hydra, and that takes him to be superior to Daryl, taking SJMR down straight to 7th place. It's a huge deal that he goes out there, because a lot of our players have been grinding. This is one of the lobbies that has been moving really, really slowly. Players somewhat going for tempo. Nobody has had the time to get to those truly amazing comps that have tons of 6-drops and instantly kill people. It is a slow lobby, and everybody is scraping for higher positions here. Over on Kenken's side, there is a triple Hydra potential. What do you think he is going to devour? Is it going to be just the 5/4 to cash out on the stats, or maybe take a gamble with the Wildfire?
You could take a gamble with the Wildfire. It's interesting to see what he wants to triple into here as well. Because, I mean, he hits a Light Fang Enforcer, so that means he could leave it on for a bit. Because I do believe it's his only elemental. So that means he could hero power. Or he's going to do the Buddy this turn. Just so he can get every single minion type out there. He appears to have everything currently, so he's looking. I like his board. I like where he's going, but he's about to face versus the Dragon player, which we know has Nadina, Golden Caligos. This is a scary turn, and he's gonna read probably Dragon's 5, which could give him some perspective of, hey, there's gonna be a Nadina. I need to play around Divine Shield, and can he do that successfully? And that's really going to determine how he positions these cleaves that he has in the front.
Right. Also had this big decision of playing the module as a separate minion rather than magnetizing to the pup bot. That is a way to potentially play around Nadina as well. If the Nadina is attacking first without taunt on it, then there's a 50-50 that it goes into the module and doesn't activate.
Yep.
I do think that Be Nice had the taunted Nadina since a while ago, so it's not quite going to work out in Ken's favor, but he also just has a pretty good quantity of minions here, and it really kind of depends on how the cleaves work out. The good thing for Ken is that at least there's no pyro spawn, so that Puppbot did get a little bit more value.
Yeah, it was a very interesting call. A lot of people probably asking, yeah, why isn't he putting out Light Fang? And it's just like you said, he's trying to play around the Nadina. He doesn't want the mech to get buffed to a 4 attack and kill the Nadina. So he was specifically playing around Nadina by not playing that Light Fang there. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. And Be Nice will take him out of the game, putting him into the bottom 4. But along with a lot of people went out that round, we have our top 3.
Yeah, I mean, so many times this tournament, we've been seeing multiple players get wiped out on the same round because every player is super conscious of playing to their outs and trying to get every single turn they can. And once you have all these high-level players together, it generally happens that many people end up dying on the same turn unless somebody has had a huge power spike. But we do have, I want to say, a pretty fair lobby where there's no out-of-control Amalgadon player that just has a million money since Gallywix died early. We have Be Nice scaling with the triple Caligos, and goddammit, managing to hang in there despite being at 1 health for so long. He has secured himself a top 3, which is a huge deal.
Yeah, we see that our last player, Hoff, has that Presser Pyro Spawn in hand for when he needs to face a Dragon player, but he knows he's not facing him yet. He is up against Goddammit, who is reading Menagerie, Mixed Minions, probably reading Murlocs, actually. So he is just holding it in hand and keeping in mind, like, hey, if I have to face Be Nice next, this needs to be teched in. And we can see here, Goddammit just... he got out of the Light Fang for his cycle spot, so he can keep trying to buy minions, buff up his cleaves, his cyclones. But is it enough? I mean, it was enough to get him top 3, but I'm not sure he's going to get much past that. Oh, I thought he was going to endgame Nadina tech, but the Ghoul is kind of an endgame Nadina tech as well.
Yeah, putting it second, I think, gives you a good chance of shaving off all of the shields after Nadina has died. I think Goddammit knows that he's very unlikely to get any better than top 3. He should already be very proud of securing a top 3 from a bad position. Is there any Hydra Miracle here? Definitely not that side if he was going to win the fight.
Yeah, still has the Murloc. Keep in mind, he did sell his other SI7, so he sold his other Murloc, hoping that his minions were big enough, and unfortunately they just are not. Yeah, I do like that endgame play of playing the Ghoul versus the Acolyte, because the Acolyte doesn't work if a Nadina's taunted, and it's just far enough into the game that someone's likely taunted their Nadina, so a Ghoul second plays around it. But unfortunately for Goddammit, even with the read, he is going to go out in third, putting us in top 2 with Hoff and Be Nice, the double Dragon face-off, which we haven't seen today, right? Not that I can remember.
That's true, and everybody has the double Caligos effect because the triple Caligos does the same thing as having 2 separate Caligos on board. The benefit of having the triple is, of course, you have more space. I want to shout out to Goddammit there that honestly I was writing him off, but that fight looked very winnable due to his position. If the cleave had just won the 50-50 of going in the right place, there is also a very unfortunate outcome of his best minion going straight into the only minion on the other side that could not have let him take a value trade, and that sealed his demise. However, like you said, all the focus on the Dragon mirror now, and with both players having Nadina, what is the right way to position and tech around here?
Yeah, so thinking about ways that, okay, can I get Divine Shield? Can I get double Divine Shield on the taunted Divine Shield dragons? And I want to point out a play that he did. When he had 4 gold left, he stopped and considered. And I don't know if people recognize what he was considering. He was considering leveling because he had 4 gold, and because he's only tier 4, and his opponent's on 11. So if he wins with a 6 dropout, he will not kill him. And so he was considering, can I level here? Am I strong enough to level? And if I win, I kill him. Or am I not strong enough? I need to buff. And he went with the buff instead.
I mean, that is a very, very cool call out. It's something I rarely think about, but I feel a lot of the best players absolutely recognize that breakpoints in terms of damage are a very real thing here. The difference between winning the lobby or getting second place can be coming down to just 1 damage. So we'll see if it works out for Hoff or for Be Nice here. It is the Battle of Dragons with Nadina, and if both players have access to that, I feel like it just on average comes down to a stats war. Oh, actually, never mind. There's Pyro-Spawn for one player, but not for the other. So that's a big advantage. However, there's way more health on Be Nice's Dragons.
Yeah, so it is that tech play with the Press Store, and that Press Store hasn't been buffed, so it could be used a zap against it right now because he just put it in last minute. There's no buff on it, so a zap tech can beat it if needed. But it looks like it's not needed for the turn, though it won't be a win, so it is a consideration for Be Nice. Hey, I need to level, because these players have not been leveling to 6, off on 4, Be Nice on 5. So I wonder if Be Nice is like, okay, I should level to get that zap, or am I gonna just keep buying stats? Stats won him the last round, so it's not a poor play at all. If they won him last round, they can win him this round.
Super interesting, the interplay too of Be Nice being the player that can get to tier 6 and still roll for potentially second Nadina, but he knows that Nadina is not super useful to him because there is a Pyro-Spawn on the other side. Meanwhile, for Hoff, like, another Nadina would be great for him since he didn't see any Pyro-Spawn last fight, but he was pretty far off from getting to tier 6, so that's not realistic either. We have Be Nice ending on a Houndmaster, which is not ideal. However, he just kind of knows that he is winning the stats war, so he is just doubling down on that and getting way more health on his minions, allowing them to value trade, even with that Pyro-Spawn, allowing Hoff to knock off some shields. Is there a way that Hoff can pull this victory through, even though he's so behind on stats?
I don't think so. The fact that he passed up that zap tells me he knows that he's not going to have a next turn to use it against a possible press or put on the other side of the board. So I think this is conceded, but we'll have to see. He also could have gotten a Macaw in last minute, which I guess he can't do because the Nadina is taunted. That is one reason you might want to taunt your Nadina. But if you have to taunt it early game, you have to taunt it, unfortunately.
That is right. It is looking like a very similar outcome to last fight where, again, the Pyro-Spawn does a lot of work, but it's still not quite enough to match the stats because the Divine Shields are one thing, but the health still allows for Be Nice to value trade every single time with his Dragons here, even though he had essentially playing down 1 less minion with the Houndmaster compared to Hoff, who had bona fide threats all across the board. It is still going to be a solid victory for Be Nice. In the Battle of the Dragons, Be Nice comes out on top. That was a very, very cool first lobby.
Yes, and after the first lobby, we can see Be Nice on top with 7 points, Hoff 6, good damn it, 5th, and then a tie for 4th between Satellite, Ken, Kurt. Say, and SJMR will need to do a bit better, pick some greedy heroes to get back in it, which we saw last game. We saw some players who initially did poorly come back and win it, so they can still do it in this lobby.
That is right. We did talk a lot about Goddammit, and I talked a lot about Satellite's plushy taste. So we can talk about now Be Nice and Hoff a little bit more. Be Nice, of course, probably one of the more prominent names in the tournament because he has been a long-time streamer. He was originally a constructed player since 2016, but after the Battlegrounds release, he shifted his focus, and he got #1 finish in the Europe server, I believe, in both season 1 and 2 of Battlegrounds. So very, very skilled indeed, and has continued that up until now. His favorite hero is Gallywix, which I think is a lot of people's favorite heroes because it just feels so powerful when you get there. But he has, of course, a very, very relevant message to everybody in the world right now, where it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice.
Oh, so sweet, Be Nice. You love to hear it. And I also want to point out that he also had a workout ball behind him. Is that maybe the key to success in Battlegrounds?
Oh.
There it is.
I am never going to get better then, unfortunately. And then over on our second place finish, it was Huff, of course, who is from China. Unfortunately, we don't have too much of a background on him compared to the other players because from Benage, we actually heard that in the Chinese qualification system, their 4 representatives were largely unknown names compared to the favorites. Like Slissa, I'm sure you're going to be familiar somewhat with some of the Chinese players that are prominent due to playing in the Gold Series, but these
none of them were here.
Right?
Yeah. So I play in Gold Series, which is a team league event. And so it is not qualified. It's based on what team you're in. And so those team players just didn't make it, it looks like. And that's very interesting for China because that means there's going to be some new names on the block, maybe gaining some popularity, maybe getting signed to a pro team, which is very important over there.
Yeah, very happy to see it, that they have the same open qualification that's available to the rest of the world. It can happen in China as well, fielding names that may not be familiar, but after Lobby Legends, they're going to become legends in their own right. Off to a very good start, but a difference to last lobby, I suppose, or the last set of 8 players is that we do have, at least in the early part of this tournament, some front runners from the same region, Be Nice and Goddammit, performing very well, showing up for EU.
Yeah, very exciting for Europe. America's not doing as hot there, so I'm not going to say anything. I'll keep my cool. But, you know, I think they'll turn it around by games 2 and 3, which are coming up soon.
And we also had that big dragon face-off in the first lobby. I think it's really adding to our sort of checklist of the different end games you want to see. It's not just been all Amalgadon battles, which I'm very happy about. Like, I think the most powerful comp in the game at the moment is a combination of dragons and Amalgadons, which is you have the poison and divine shields and then a pyro spawn at the end, so you beat other divine shields. But this one we've seen just the pure Caligos version, and it did come out in favor of the person who got the Caligos earlier in Be Nice. But that is indeed only the first game of our second lobby here. We have 2 more to be played out, and we've got to give our players a bit of a rest, some breathing room to catch their breath and make sure they can play on point for the rest of the day. So don't go anywhere. Right after this break, it is our second game of Lobby B. Welcome back, everybody. You are watching Lobby Legends Raid Leaders, the premier Hearthstone Battlegrounds official esports event. Here we are again, Slissa. I am giving you a third chance to do something cool with my name. Anything?
Oh, God, I forgot. I mean, your name doesn't need anything cool because it's just cool enough as it is. Okay, Gia D. That's just such a cute name. It's 3 letters, 3 letters.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful as is. It's just Gia D.
Yeah, my full name is much, much longer than that, and I refuse to use it, so I've turned it down as short as it can go. But we do have, amazingly, the hero selection right from the get-go here.
Look at this technology.
I know, right? This is so close because I'm a big fan of Akazamzarak just as a safe pick, but the Galliwix is in and the cat is in, and we see Kurt going for big greed here. What do you think?
I mean, he picked this over Galliwix, correct? I mean, that is quite the play. I feel like Galliwix is an auto first normally, so I didn't even think that the cat needed to be that greedy over a Galliwix. But there are no beasts in, so that's taking away that cleave on tier 4 along with a token, and maybe that's what he's considering here. There's also no Murloc, so no crazy Amalgadon stuff going on. So maybe he's just thinking cat is better because I can't tempo spike on tier 4 with the Cave Hydra.
That 8 armor
shenanigans. Yeah.
is indeed pretty juicy here. But yeah, Galliwix is just such an interesting talking point because I completely agree with you on ladder that Galli feels like an auto win. But perhaps for this tournament in particular, where you know you're playing against the best players in the world who are going to punish you for even the smallest mistake, people are a bit more afraid to go for it. And Galliwix, of course, actually had not the greatest stats during the qualifiers. I heard it was underperforming compared to what you'd expect. Yeah.
Oh, look at this early amalgam steal from Cutter Butter. I am just so thrilled to see this early steal because he's going to also be able to steal the buddy from Curator soon enough. And basically, he's a better Curator.
True. And I think that the implications of this is huge, that there's a Curator and the Scabs with the buddy, because with this particular lobby, Murlocs are out, right? So it's really, really hard to get poison, which means that big stats are a great way to go and win the lobby, just scaling up and up and up, which is something that Curator does very consistently with the buddy and the main amalgam at the beginning. And also, pirates are in, so you can do that with Peggy, like mechs are in, so you can put Divine Shield on them.
Very true. I love all these points. Yeah, a lot of people are a little bit afraid to pick Curator without Murlocs, but he's definitely viable. So, I mean, that fear isn't there. Godema gets the 1 gold coin, meaning that his opponent's tied. Don't love to see that for him. Freezing the pair. It looks like he's just maybe freezing to make the decision of what he wants to do here, because the gold is interesting. He could level and not use his gold coin in hand with that pirate. Instead to double buy, maybe?
Yeah, there's so many lines that he can take here. He takes the approach of maximum tempo right now. The Elemental is a great one because it really only costs 1 gold in the long run. And because he's buying another Swabby, he's also making up for the late leveling. Just trying to make sure that he wins the next fight and also potentially get even more buddy meter, which I do like. Premium 1-drop minions. Staying down for those is usually worth it. Be nice though, with the insta value trade here means that, okay, he doesn't quite win the fight, but I think he had some odds too with that first trade.
Yeah. But it's interesting to see Be Nice on the Daryl, because we talked about how we will see more Daryl picks because it's a safer pick. It's likely going to get top 4. And we saw Be Nice got first round 1, so he's looking for safe heroes now. He doesn't need to be greedy like the other players do, which we saw like with Kurt with the picking Mr. Bigglesworth. So now we see Daryl has a triple in the shop. But does he want to triple? Usually you don't want to triple with Daryl, so this is actually a really awkward turn.
Right. If he truly doesn't want the triple, he could do something like buy this elemental and then sell a Quillbore and then buy the other Geomancer. But instead, he does take the triple here and ends up with super interesting choices. Like, you can get value from the board because staying on tier 1, you can cycle a lot of Quillbore pretty decently and just get extra gems. Like, Selfless is amazing in the late game mode, but playing it this early means that likely he's going to sell it later on. But he goes with option number 3 of Party Elemental, which I did not expect.
Yeah, I guess it's like a current buff. Maybe he's thinking that he's going to end up buying a lot of Celementals and have a second Elemental on the board to get buffed with it. But it's not guaranteed that it won't go on the Celemental every turn. So not sure. And we can see over here, Hoff on Millhouse has a bunch of pairs. A lot of good minions for Millhouse with the level Pirate and the refreshing Anomaly. Getting to the Buddy early as well. He is tier 2. So can still cycle 1-drops for those triples. Likely going to level this turn, though. Does 6 damage to Kurt on the cat.
Huge that he gets the Buddy this turn as well. Very nice with all of these 1-drops on board, and he can take a triple. And I also want to point out that this is almost an ideal Millhouse lobby, if not the ideal in terms of minion types that are in, because Millhouse likes to see elementals, pirates, and not beasts and not murlocs, because those two minion types are heavy on cycling, which is something that Millhouse struggles with. Cycling refreshes, I should mean. Millhouse cycles minions in the shop with just buying and selling very efficiently. Over on Ken's side, I don't know if he has the Swabby pair. Yes, he does. Okay, double triples available here, but will he go for a 4 or a 5? At least 1 4.
Okay. Dynamic Duo is interesting because he does have a Amalgadon that can have Quillbore gems put on it, especially once he gets the Buddy to Amalgam, which is Mishmash, which is maybe the only Buddy's name that I know. Because it's just so cute.
Don't you know Rakara's Buddy's name? It's a dog. You called me out on not knowing it.
Okay, let's not turn this around on me, okay? Let's focus on what's important here, which is that he's going to be tripling into a 5-drop, which means he's focused on getting either Lightfang, Bran, or Agam. Agam is also a very good tool with Menagerie, and he does have the duo.
Up, gets the Buddy now as well. And potentially can get a Mishmash for himself straight away. Oh, wait, no. It's the next one.
No, it's too... He needed to face Amalgam the next turn. He faced Amalgam a turn early, unfortunately.
Still gets a 5-drop, though. Ooh. Hogger?
Mithrax.
Nobody wants the Hogger.
They don't want to give us happiness, but, you know, Mithrax is technically the play here. He has Menagerie going with the Amalgam. Didn't take the second Amalgam, which is fair.
This is the second time we've seen Mithrax taken over Hogger, and I am mad about it, but I know why. Mithrax is just amazing in the meta right now that it's been buffed to getting +2/+2 for each minion type at the end of the turn, up from +2/+1. It's just an amazing tempo minion. But over here for Kurt, honestly, performing super well on Cat so far, not taking very much damage, and that's all you really want to do as Cat. You wait for everybody else to die, and then kill their best minions. On the 5-drop pick, though, it's not particularly good minions in terms of direction. A lot of economy options, though. Ends up with Murazon and hits. Dynamic Duo, which is like decent stats for now, but there's really no direction going on in this board.
Yeah, it's important to point out that everyone whiffed on their 5-drop triple. We saw Hoff on Millhouse was offered Tempest and Murazon and Spore, and then we see that over here. Like, everyone's whiffing on the 5-drop except for Cutterbutter, who got the Mithrax. So keep that in mind. Like, yeah, this was a whiff. Someone else whiffed. Everyone's whiffing. But except for the Mithrax. That was the best one that we saw with the Cutterbutter.
Yeah, Sottle telling us that 3 different people got offered Spore plus Murazon as their triple discover at the exact same time. That's so weird.
Yeah, it's really unlikely too, because of, you know, they're getting offers from the same pool. Yeah. Unfortunately, getting this Warden that does nothing.
Yeah, it's just money, I guess.
But we have Say is in the danger zone, 13 health, and Kurt is up against him. So is Kurt looking to level here, or is he looking to just deal as much damage as possible to Say so that he can end up getting one of his minions discovered?
I honestly feel that's super dependent on what he's reading from Maiev here. You could just be waiting also for Maiev to complete the majority of their turn, because around 9 gold, you expect Say as Maiev to have some sort of spike, maybe hit a triple. And if you don't see the Maiev tripling, then you can think that, okay, maybe there's still one more turn in their setup. Maybe they're waiting for the dormant minion to be gotten the next turn, and that's when they really spike heavily. And depending on that, you could take a lot of damage or none at all. So Kurt here makes the read that he's safe enough to level up to 5. Still a relatively strong board there for Say though, so I'm not sure if it's going to work in Kurt's favor, but at least he has a lot of health to work with. Meanwhile, Satellite with the brand setup and Jug as curator, that is just the best feeling in the world.
And the Peggy. I'm loving all these players optimizing Peggy right now. Very exciting because he has 2 other pirates on board, and one of them would buff the other one. So I do love that he was able to get to Brand, get these amalgams growing, and we see the cat has gotten to a light fang. But is this enough to destroy the holy Meckrel?
Yeah, I mean, pretty unfortunate trades for Say at the beginning, like the shield off of the first half of Bronze Warden getting sniped before the Meckerel could refresh, and then the Deflecto also getting sniped before the resets from the Micro Mummies. But he is still very much strong enough to take the victory here, deals a decent chunk of damage to Kurt on the Bigglesworth, and now Say gets to start spiking because his buddy Dormant is going to unlock this turn and go for a Yep, I was hesitating. I wasn't 100% sure, but now I am, and he can go for a Mega Buster.
Also pointing out that Goddammit has gone into the danger zone. And I love that you've picked up that we're calling it the danger zone and that we've coined this term. It is the danger zone. So the pickup of the Ground Shaker, does this mean he's going for a 5? Yes, it does. Finds an Agam. A boar, I'm just gonna call it Pumbaa, but is this boar here? I'm sorry if I keep calling it Pumbaa. That is my name I have given him. So this is going to be the start to a Ground Shaker comp, which usually you want to find Divine Shields, Taunt and the Gem Splitter will be able to give way more gems for the Ground Shaker. Over here on SJMR, we have a triple into a 6-drop hitting a Malgadon, Charlga, and Genie. Does look like it was what he wanted. He likely, if he doesn't have Bran, is a bit scared of this Amalgadon right now. Could be a bit early. I'm curious to see where he goes here. Yeah, has to go with the Charlga for the buff of the stats. He does have this Dragon Whelp to help with the health of his Chroma Wing in the front, which will have Taunt.
Right, the Golden Whelp Smuggler works very well with both Charlga and Caligos for the dragons, making sure they can scale their health as well as their attack. And that's super relevant for this evolved Chroma Wing, which is, generally a glass cannon minion. But if you can scale the health on it, it can absolutely be the carry of your comp. Just an amazing 1-drop to have. It's actually the first Alakir we've seen all day as well, which to me is a shock because I'm a big fan of Alakir in the meta. It's not the perfect lobby for it because mechs are still in, and generally Alakir wants to see mechs out so they can really utilize poison, but it's still a very good tempo hero, and with Quilboar in, I feel like it's a pretty good choice for Menagerie as well because it's one of the few heroes that has a buddy with a minion type on it in Elemental.
Yeah, he was nerfed a bit when Myexna left because it no longer allowed for this reborn Divine Shield Myexna infinite craziness. But over here with Goddammit, he's at 5 health. Satellite has now fallen into the danger zone as well. So 3 players on the brink of going out. Also notice that our Mr. Bigglesworth is starting to fall off. He hasn't been fed. He is a hungry cat and needs some food. So he's hoping someone in the danger zone goes out soon. But Goddammit, finding direction in the Ground Shakers, has 3 gems in hand, looking at 4 on the board and using Peggy's to scale that briny bootlegger on the board so that he has a spare minion with some decent stats.
That's right. The Peggy has great synergy with Quillbore too because every blood gem counts as a card added to the hand as well. Goddammit kind of scraping together some sort of scaling here. It's pretty difficult to make it work, but he has a lot of money from this turn due to the Barov buddy. Is it going to be enough to beat Hoff on the Millhouse though? It's been a while since we've checked in here. It's not particularly good stats for Goddammit. I'm worried for him, but hopefully the attack buffs from the Ground Shaker is going to be enough here.
If he gets the hero power off in time, 2 seconds on the clock. Presses, goes with Cat in a dream. Let's go. Yep. 1 gem in hand.
There we go. It's some Divine Shield minions, which is very annoying to see for Goddammit because a lot of his minions are just glass cannons. They don't necessarily value trade all that well. However, there is tons of stats on the Golden Briny Bootlegger and a decent amount on the Mithrax as well, which allows him to value trade and still take a convincing victory over Millhouse. Goddammit lives to see another day. One of the favorites of the tournament is not going down so easily. He was in this position last lobby as well, where he fell to the bottom in the mid game as Edwin, but still managed to scrape together a third.
Say also manages to stay alive while getting the buddy in hand. Does that mean the cat goes unfed, or is Curator gonna die? Cat is going unfed, but luckily stays alive and gets the golden buddy, so the cat will be tripling. And now we see tripling into Caligos, Flat Tusk, or Amalgadon. Kurt is facing off versus the last place player, and so probably keeping that in mind. Has that player power spiked, or do I need to play it safe? What's going on here? And we have a menagerie board going on, so the Amalgadon has a place for it here, but no Bran in hand currently, so a little scary just to tempo out. Could consider getting out of the buddy at this point. It's not really necessary anymore to create value, but he's sitting here. Oh, I was
Okay.
You got the
We're back in sync.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. I was honestly kind of tempted by the Flat Tusk because he does have that menagerie setup, but I keep forgetting you need the Agam to really make it work. Otherwise, the Flat Tusk is terrible. So Kurt going with a safer play, and I do think that he has many reasons to double down on just getting as strong as possible this turn, because killing the Barov not only means that he is, you know, one less player in the lobby, it's also a direct benefit to Bigglesworth that gets to immediately pillage that board for something.
Excellent ordering, making sure that once he gets this Amalgadon out, that the Peggy starts buffing the Amalgadon and not the other pirate that was on the board. So unfortunately, both of his Amalgadons have what the other is missing. One has Divine Shield, one has Poison. So those are minions that need to go together to create one harmonious amalgam. But he's looking to be in a pretty decent position. No? Oh, no. No.
Depends. I mean, this Chromoing surviving at 1 health is such a big deal. It just kind of depends how these trades on the tokens go. Will the Briny Bootlegger go left? No, it is not. But okay, the Chromoing goes through. And so that means it's Goddammit out in 8th place, maybe tied with someone else, depending on if they died. And yes, Sesei also goes out. So 2 of the, and the Curator. Wow.
Big turn for Cat coming up. Kurt, gonna get all the minions. Let's go.
Uh-huh.
And he gets a ghost. He's facing a ghost this turn too.
Oh my gosh. Kurt is in contention to just straight up win the lobby. He has Bran or a golden minion. This is so cool. I want to take the Bran though.
And there's a triple in shop. And he's facing a ghost. Oh my gosh, so many decisions, 70 seconds. Let's see what he ends up doing. Goes for the golden. And last pick, probably a Mithrax. Oh, takes the puppet so he doesn't have to buy the triple.
True.
Interesting.
Money. He can level to 6 here pretty comfortably, I think. Not amazing choices, but sure. I mean, Caligos is some scaling here. Maybe he can get out of, I hate to say it, Peggy.
Yeah, I think Peggy's turn to go because we have so much scale currently. There's another Light Fang in the shop. He's facing a ghost. He could use it this turn if he wants to. Still has another golden though. What did he sell out of there?
The dynamic duo.
Oh, yeah.
I think
All right.
he might still sell Peggy at the end of the turn, but he knows he's still getting cards in hand in the meantime, so it's good order once again to maximize the buffs before getting out of Peggy. Finds the triple on the Malgadon, so it's become one harmonious unit as you were talking about, and he can continue rolling here on tier 6 to find even more of those. It's hard to get a full board of Amalgadons with 3 of them already out of the pool, and also no Murlocs to go fishing with Primal Fins and Seafood Slinger, but there's also now a Bran in the shop.
Buy it! No!
Wow!
I did nothing!
Oh, floats 2 gold at the end there, though, which is not ideal. He could at the very least have bought another battle cry to keep the Caligos stats going. I kind of agree with you that the brand was where my eyes were headed, but
3 gold, you know, yeah.
Tip and Bob is a big deal.
And we see over here Hoff on Millhouse with a big strong board, able to beat out Cutter Butter, who is who's Cutter Butter? Oh, Ken. And Alakir goes out this turn.
Oof. Big deal. I thought SJMR had a pretty good setup there, but couldn't quite capitalize on that tempo. Maybe whiffed on the discovers later on because people are really starting to scale out of control. Now we have Hoff on the Peggy Hogger comp, which is just unlimited stats as Millhouse as long as there is a pirate in shop. Only 1 here remaining and no elemental, so you can't get the discounted cycle either. But there's 1 here again. The Quill Bar is honestly pretty worth it. I think the Sun Bacon, it's just a lot of stats with Golden Peggy and your Millhouse. It's very cheap.
I want to point out that we're facing a ghost with 4 people in the lobby. So that usually means somebody conceded early.
Oh, you're right. Maybe it's a visual bug. It's sometimes happening with Onyxia is what I'm used to seeing.
Yeah,
I don't really
desync.
see that with these minions, but yeah, I think it's a desync. Obviously, our players wouldn't concede in a position like this, so we'll get some confirmation on what's happening a bit later. For now, though, just good elemental cycling, a lot more pirates in the shop and a refreshing elemental, so Hoff has a lot of actions to get done still. 20 seconds on the clock. Millhouse usually means you gotta do a lot of steering. Sometimes you just gotta shut your brain off and buy every good minion, and every minion in the shop is good for him here. Decides not to taunt any additional minions. I think that's a good call. There is kind of a situation where you say, oh, Strong Shell Scavenger is down to tier 4 now, taunting more minions, especially with the brand feels pretty good indeed, but that is kind of scary with cleaves available potentially from the mechs.
Yeah, and facing off versus Alakir, who you know has probably a bunch of Divine Shield minions that could have Divine Shield poison, which he does have. So that would have been a very scary situation. So wanting it to hit the brand, which it does. So good play on his side of the board.
Apparently, we're getting word that both Finley and Millhouse fought. No, there's no Finley. Sawdall, that's a Daryl.
This is why Soddle's behind the camera and not in front of it, because he thinks Sir Finley is dancing Daryl.
All right. So apparently we've discovered a new interaction in Battlegrounds, maybe a side effect of many players wiping out on the same turn. I honestly do not know, but that kind of means that the Bigglesworth is only just getting stronger and stronger, more people dying. This is an easy first for Kurt.
Yes, Kurt with that pick of Mr. Bigglesworth over Gallywix left us baffled, but he knew what he was doing. He's now looking at a golden Spirit of Air or a Malgadon. I don't think he has the brand, so the Spirit of Air might be a better pick, but at the same time, is he regretting getting the Spirit of Air from the last player? Not sure.
Calling the buddy by name, Slissa. I see you've picked up the tech of reading the cards. That's, yes, you're learning very quickly.
I'm learning to read at a lovely age of 32.
Spirit of Air is an amazing buddy as well for the late game. It is just kind of like a golden selfless hero. That's another reason why I like Alakir so much. But Kurt says, not worth it. He wants to keep scaling on this board because he's far enough ahead at 18 health and 2 Amalgadons that he doesn't need to play for maximum defensive capability this turn. It's just about getting more battle cries with the Caligos. Make sure that there's no chance for people to pull the the rug out from under him and sneak a victory, because it's very simple from this point.
Yeah, and I like this Prester just staying in because he's facing Dancing Daryl, so can make the assumption that there are some Divine Shields on the other side of the board, even if he hasn't faced them. I think we can all assume that. So I love this play. He's very in the zone right now. You can tell he's in it to win it. He knows he needs this comeback from the last game. Though if Daryl goes first, he has that Mega Wind Fury, but luckily for Kurt, he does get to attack first, does not have to deal with the wrath of Mega Wind Fury.
Right. And this Pyro Spawn is huge, not only to shave off the shields, but essentially that Acolyte tech at the end for Daryl dying for free. It absolutely did nothing. Both halves of it getting chewed up by that 3 damage. Pew pew from the Pyro Spawn. It is an overwhelming victory for Kurt here, who pretty much knows he's in first place. And, you know, I think reading over his player info that we asked for, it's all starting to make sense, Lissa. He says his playstyle is adaptive with an affinity for greed. He greeted with the cat. He's greeting for the first place, and it's working out.
Yeah, look at this beautiful Mega Wind Fury, which is a Mega Wind Fury is a tech for situations. I can't quite remember what's on Hoff's side of the board right now, so not sure if Mega Wind Fury is necessary. Do you remember what he's playing? He is playing, oh yes, the big Hogger, which I should have been aware of. I should have remembered this. I do apologize. So many elementals in the shop to get some free rolls going and getting more stats on the Hogger. But is the stats enough? We shouldn't be focusing too much on stats right now with poison on the horizon. But I don't know if they faced each other recently to know how many poisons Mr. Bigglesworth has.
I'm going to let you in on a secret, Slissa. If you spend your time casting apologizing for what you forget, half of the cast will be apologies. It just happens. You lose brain cells becoming a caster.
No, that's the only time I've ever forgotten anything. So I'm just, that 5-head.
I mean, I cannot deny it.
Yeah, it looks like Kurt is in a really good position with these poisons. Hoff's still working on stats on the other side, but stats don't matter to poison. So Kurt looking in a dominating position.
Absolutely. There is just no way to beat the poison here for Millhouse at the moment. I feel if he had more time, there was maybe a chance to try and go toe-to-toe if he got more scaling, plus exactly a selfless hero with Baron. But then again, it doesn't really beat the Pyro Spawn either. The Bigglesworth from Kurt simply ran away with the value too quickly. That being said, though, this could end up in a tie.
Yeah, he did hide his big minion in the back, and this Malgadon doesn't have plants. So because the Hogger was hidden a bit farther back with the smaller minions up front, he was able to protect it from the 2 scary Malgadons.
True. And now Hoff has that all-important information here. A triple on the recycling wraith available as well. Could hit another Hogger and just level straight up to 6 because he prints money, literally.
So much money.
Yeah.
Going for that triple, getting into the 6. Oh,
big whiff. No
much
Malgadon
of anything.
Is here on 5 though, and there's a lot of elementals, so he can at least keep scaling the Hogger. He has a Bran. But the thing is, he knows that poison is still a huge problem for him. He can take value trades with the rest of the minions, and that's like the positioning you're talking about coming in clutch for that last fight. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough for the next fight, because now Kurt also has the information on how to position a bit better to beat that Hogger, maybe teching in another poison towards the end of the comp.
Yep, exactly. You can just end on a spore. A 1/1 can defeat a 200+ minion easily. We do see a ghoul in hand that does defeat a 1/1. So maybe I'm wrong.
But it could be a 2/2 because Cobor are in.
The dream. 2/2 poison. Let's see what Kurt has come up with on the other side. Will Hoff be able to stay alive to the Divine Shield of Malgadons?
Ooh, Nadina. Yeah, and the ghoul goes off before it, and it means that all the shields on the Amalgadons are just refreshed. Yeah, there is no chance for Hoff here whatsoever.
No, and now it's gonna get one back with the Spirit Elemental getting a Divine Shield back to the Amalgadon, and Kurt takes lobby 2 for lobby B, game 2 for lobby B. Kurt needed this due to game 1 not going too much in his favor, so he's going to turn it around, and we can see on the points board, Be Nice still in first place with that consistent first and third, Hoff in second with consistent top 2s. Kurt now in third place with that first place finish, and Ken right behind in fourth.
It's true. We have a very different story after second lobby of Lobby B compared to Lobby A today, where it is more condensed towards the top 3, where people are close in the point differences, whereas there's kind of a big gap from third to fourth place. However, that just means that it's going to be a scrap for that fourth in particular. Be Nice, Hoff, and Kurt to a certain extent feeling very confident here. They just need to make sure they don't absolutely punt and wipe out an 8th in the last lobby. But between Ken all the way down to SJMR, it could still be anyone making it through in the 4th place slot. Again, on day 1, it doesn't matter if you're 1st or 4th, it's just about making it to Sunday. Unfortunately, though, we do have one player that looks like they have a very slim chance of making it through.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate. But I do really look forward to day 2 tomorrow. For those who don't know, tomorrow is going to be the top 8 players from both lobbies today, top 4 from lobby A, top 4 from lobby B, and we will be playing in a check format, meaning that once you get to 20 points, the lobby will be in check, and you will have to get a first place after receiving 20 points in order to end the tournament and win it all, meaning that we end on a high. We end with whoever gets the last first place wins it all. Super exciting. And I know all these players here are just dying to get to that top 8 position.
Absolutely. It also means that we don't necessarily have a hard cap on how many games will be played out. We only have 6 guaranteed total today, games played out. But tomorrow, it could be that one player enters check and then everybody bullies them for the next 3 or 4 lobbies. So it could be that all 8 players accrue 20 points before one person takes a first place victory. It could be a long slobber knocker of Battlegrounds action.
Slobber knocker?
Yeah, do you not watch wrestling, or did you not?
Is that a wrestling term?
I mean, I learned it from watching wrestling as a kid.
I've never watched wrestling except for The Rock. You know, I know what he's cooking, but I don't know any wrestling terms, I guess. No.
But do you know what it smells like, what he's cooking?
Oh, yeah. I see The Rock every day down here in South Florida.
Well, all right. That is our second game of Lobby B in the books, which means that, Slissa, there's only one more game to be played out today. It feels like we've seen sort of a common pattern of dragons coming out on top. Amalgadons with dragons, obviously the terror of the meta at the moment. And we've also seen our fair share of creative players and greedy players. Are you going to make any hot takes, any big predictions for who is going to make it through to tomorrow?
He's making it. I could see it. And I think, good damn it, he is right on the brink. He's in 5th, and he has it set on his mind. He is going to get that first place. We know he can do it. He got so many first places in qualifiers. I could see him getting a first here and taking up that 4th slot, though it's anyone's game. So nobody's eliminated yet. And yeah, I'm excited to see where we go from here.
That is right. So many players vying for that last slot. And honestly, I'm not sure how the numbers work out. So maybe even our top 3 are not 100% safe just yet. It all means that nobody can rest on their laurels. Nobody can be complacent. It is still one more game to be played out. And the difference between 8th place and 1st place is a whole 7 points. It's a big leap to be had. So nobody can be completely confident just yet. So right after a short break, we will come back and find the resolution to day 1 of Lobby Legends Raid Leaders. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, to Lobby Legends Raid Leaders. We are entering the final stretch of today's proceedings. It is the very last game. Lobby B has completed 2 games so far, and it is the last chance for players to earn any points. It's still, of course, myself, Gia, and Slissa bringing you all of the action, where we know that there's 4 players in contention, very close in point standings to each other to get that 4th place, but also our top 3 players are not completely safe, and we're going straight into the action here. Slissa, what do you think of Be Nice's hero choices?
You know, Panda is Panda good. Not as good now with the buddies in charge, but interesting. We have Satellite picking Malagos and Hoff making some decisions between George and Silas. We have Quillbors in, so Hoff going to go with George in this situation. A little scary picking George, but Hoff is in a good spot, being in the top 2 right now with 12 points. So he's hoping to just secure another win with that George. There are no dragons, no elementals, and no pirates, keep in mind. So we have mechs and we have Quillbor for synergy with George. We also have Murlocs, so some poison minions can get divine shields.
Yeah, this is looking like a pretty good George lobby indeed. I almost always only pick George when Quillbor are in because I am just such a fan of Agam, as you know. And honestly, having Gem Splitter is better than having Flat Tusk these days if you have the George and the shields to support it. So Hop here, definitely some good prospects. But speaking of Quillbor, we have Sese on Death Speaker Blackthorn, which is a hero that I do not often see. I've seen this hero go 8th or 1st many times. What are your thoughts on it?
I love Blackthorn personally. I find that he does great as long as you play him adequately, getting so many gems, and you do have to hit the right minions. So getting over here, Be Nice getting the Maiev hero power, which is really nice with the current gold situation. You can use it on the Micro Mummy to get a scaled mech, or can just use it on the pair and start scaling with the Micro Mummy currently.
It's a big decision here as early as now, because you can say buying the mummy now means more stats in the long run, but buying the Murloc now means that you can get more meter and be stronger for the immediate fight. So Be Nice actually prioritizes getting that nice 3-4 stat line, which is so likely to value trade as early as turn 2. Very nice from him there. We do have on our left side handy player tracker that Kurt, Sese, and Goddammit have all gone for standard curve, leveling up on for gold. And honestly, standard curve Zephyrus is not something I'm used to seeing. What do you think of that?
I think, you know, you have to go with what you're offered. And if the shop isn't giving you a pair or isn't giving you a token for turn 5 gold, then doing the standard curve sometimes is forced upon you. And then we see Satellite here getting offered a triple, but a really awkward turn because no token in shop, and decides to roll out of it. It comes back. I'm surprised he didn't just like hero power first to see what else he could get if he could hero power for an Alley Cat token. But instead tries to roll for Alley Cat token so that he could double hero power it. Decides to hero power just this Quillbor after using the battle cry, and ends up with the Micro Mummy, which is the best pairing to the pup bots. So he's probably not too unpleased here, but unlikely to freeze because this freeze is super awkward. If he freezes, he's forced to buy one of the pup bots, meaning he has to triple into it too. It would only be a good freeze if there was one pup bot.
Right. I mean, this is just one of those really weird spots as Malagos where you have to do so many like instinctual odds calculations in your head as to, is it better to hero power in the shop and try to hit a token there, or roll for the token and then hero power your shop? Do you settle for an early triple, and what turn are you able to maximize the buddy potential, because you could hero power the shop and make that tier go up, or you could hero power something you tripled into and turn it straight into a 6-drop, and that's a lot harder to do without the Murloc Tidehunter in the pool anymore. Pupbot triple in particular is questionable because Divine Shield, having that merged into 1 instead of 2, I feel is often a detriment. Yeah.
Another decision for Be Nice. 3 wishes. I believe he has a pair on board, and he does. So you could use it this turn and triple into a 3-drop because he does have the level potential. Unlikely to triple into a 2, but you know, people have been surprising me today. So maybe.
All right. On 3.
Ooh,
Bird Buddy,
which I know you are a fan of, and there is Alley Cats in the shop. Avenging it's on the board. This is a good tempo piece for Be Nice and should allow him to level quite nicely. Over here with Say, he was given quite an ugly shop, and I think he was staring at it for a while to contemplate should he just level here. Really awkward gold turn to level though, especially in this buddy meta, because the earlier he gets his buddy, the better. But yeah, just given some pretty terrible minions for turn 2.
Yeah, not going to be a win in this fight, I don't think. But you know how
There's
we
a
call
chance.
this meta?
Oh no, there's no chance. Just kidding. But minimize damage, not killing the trickster.
Yeah.
Or the imp. That is an imp, not a trickster. I know my card names.
Right. I mean, so we call this meta a buddy meta, but I think every meta is a buddy meta ever since Bird Buddy was introduced. It's been many months since this card was printed, and it still surprises me how many stats you can get from it just by having any sort of board and a couple beasts towards the end. Just such a good tempo piece, like you were saying. But over here for Say has the beginnings of a Leaper comp, which is not something you often see on Blackthorn, but I guess the benefit is you can play around Zap with your extra blood gems, I guess.
Or you could triple into Agam and just switch out of it. Over here, Be Nice with Panda, deciding between Queen Wag Toggle's hero power or this Embrace the Elements. Decides to go with Queen Wag Toggle because he does have 3 types out and the perfect gold setup because of level and 1 gold. So I do like this decision just based on the economy. Facing up versus the Maiev. We've seen Maiev in almost every lobby today, correct?
That's right. I mean, Maiev is generally considered to be a hero, I think, that is capable of taking first regardless of what minion types are in or out, because she can so consistently triple and oftentimes is just able to go for 6 drops. But it's also a very greedy hero to play. You can often wipe out before you even hit your second set of buddies. So definitely a high skill ceiling there. Maiev is going to be losing the fight here. Unfortunate for SJMR. Leaving the buddy up means a bit of additional damage here, but still relatively safe. I think he can continue to stockpile triples, hopefully for him. God damn it though, on the Zephyrus, hasn't
tripled yet.
Yep. You can do it this turn though.
Yeah, usually what you're looking for is to find a triple by the time you get your buddy so that you can triple into a 5-drop and then use your buddy to just get a second 5-drop. So you could have 2 Light Fangs, 2 Mithrax, 2 Nomis, which we saw earlier today. But unfortunately, he just hasn't gotten there. Can use his hero power to get that triple though. And we see he's going to get double Mithrax or double Mama Bear. He does have to sell something in order to guarantee it.
No, right? Because it's a triple on board and I don't remember what's on board.
He has 1 single minion on board as well.
Oh, true. Yeah. So now he does have to sell out of probably one of the Murlocs, which makes the gold kind of awkward this turn.
He might just go for it. I gotta get lucky in order to make it to tomorrow.
75%, or he can hold the Fire Res, but that's a lot of missed stats.
Yeah,
so
the double Mama.
10-10 here.
Gonna position them probably more closer to the front because they don't have any value in the back right now. I'm gonna start finding him some beasts. We've seen a lot more beasts in this lobby versus last lobby. Last lobby, we didn't see any beasts. Lobby A, we didn't see any beasts.
Yeah, beasts are in a very interesting spot right now here because they don't really ever level up to 6, I feel. With my X now out of the pool, there's very little benefit to taking a Goldrin or a Gas Coiler, or rather spending the gold on going to 6 for it rather than just trying to triple. However, they do have a lot more consistent ways to consolidate a tier 5 board now that there are more reanimating Rattlers in the pool. They can get reborn on the Mama Bears and the Crocolisk. So we could see Goddammit just playing pretty safe to try and secure secure a top 4 with Beast. I think that's a very reasonable way of approaching it. Over here, SJMR with not the greatest 6-drop options.
Well, he has a second triple opportunity, so going to sell out of the Murlocs likely so that he can have as many minion types as possible. Should be tripling first in case he hits an Omega Buster or a Foe Reaper and to get another minion type out. He hits both the things I named because I'm a god and I just know what's going to happen. As well as a Charlga. So interesting to see what he'll take here. I'm leaning towards Omega Buster because it's a good direction, and he agrees.
Okay, we just got word that Goddammit on the Zephyrus has found Hydra and Rat Pack on another shop, which is amazing to find with the Golden Mama Bear. But like you said, the Buster is a big deal because it gives SJMR a solid direction. Obviously not the strongest on this current board where there's not too many mechs, but he can try and keep rolling if he lives to then find Baron, Deflecto, etc., etc. However, SJMR is in the danger zone, like you said, so he absolutely needs to survive the next fight.
Look at this bird buddy buffing 1 minion.
It's still good, Slissa. It's golden.
It's a big, cute alley cat. It's fine.
It's going to be like a 2020 at the end of this, right?
There's so many Avenges for it. It's so cute. I love it. All right, so we have Ken on Millhouse with a bit of a Murloc start going off first, the Maiev, who we just saw getting all those triples. Is the Omega Buster going to be enough? Luckily, the Omega Buster did not get the Divine Shield there, so it didn't get too much of a buff.
I want to point out that Ken, I think this is the second time he's taken Millhouse in what is, in my opinion, a subpar Millhouse lobby with, once again, Elementals and Pyrox out.
To Millhouse like this. How dare you?
I know, it's my favorite hero, honestly, but I recognize that some lobbies are way worse for it than usual, and playing Millhouse and Murlocs is kind of hard to pull off because you do have to generally roll a lot to find the good Murlocs Primal Fin. But Ken, big Millhouse stand it looks like, and I can get behind that. We'll see if it makes he can make it work. Unfortunately, Ken is one of the players that didn't respond to us when we reached out to him, so we have very, very little information on him. We'll call him the Madam Mystery.
We got some last minute, though. Last minute info. I don't know if you got it from me. I did get last minute info from Ken, and again, he was just very humble. Like, no accomplishments listed kind of thing. He said, accomplishments, none.
Okay, well.
Which I just don't believe. But his favorite hero is Zephyrus, if you care to know, and favorite minion friend of a friend.
All right. Well, I apologize for thinking he didn't respond to us. But even if he didn't, I understand. It's busy prep time and other things for Lobby Legends. Be Nice here with a Discover on 5 between Bran and Sefin. I mean, I'm a Bran gamer, and so is he.
Yes, he is. And so we see Omega Buster in the shop, which he has lots of Divine Shield minions in the shop too. Gonna sell out the Golden Bird Buddy, which is hurting Gia's feelings, but another triple. So could hit a Foe Reaper, could hit a second Omega Buster. Hits. Ooh. Oh, sorry, he's tripling into 5s.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Why is my? Oh, I know why. Okay, my brain hurts.
That's okay.
I've been casting too long.
It absolutely is fine here. The Buster is a huge deal with the insta pickup of Kangor, which is amazing. It means he just completely transitioned to a full mech comp in 1 turn, almost full. Like the Void Lord and the Buddy don't quite get maximum synergy, but the Void Lord is great still to make sure that the attacks go off in Be Nice's preferred order. He doesn't really get any snipes on the important minions before the Buster and the Kangor go off.
Really good timing for Be Nice to get this triple for the Buddy, because now he can level and discover a 6-drop because he has that direction into the Omega Buster. And it looks like Hoff is going out, which is a big deal because he's tied for first place right now with those 12 points, and he's going to get 0 points here. Unless, nope, no tie, so he's going to get 0.
Yeah. On average, he still has like an above average amount of points you can earn overall because with 3 lobbies, saying you get 12 total is like saying you got 4 per lobby, which is in theory enough to get you through the upper half, but that's not always how the points pan out here. We could have a huge distribution towards the top, so still going to be a bit scary for Hoff towards the end there. He can do nothing but wait and see from this point. Be Nice, however, the other front runner at the moment, is looking pretty solid indeed here. He's going to level for a 6-drop on the triple, trying to hit another buster, and he absolutely does. That is huge.
Oh my goodness. I was curious why he didn't hero power first to see what could be over there, but maybe, you know, he wanted some more direction from his discover. Over here on Say, he has his buddy, he has Baby Crush, and going a ground shaker direction with a golden frogger. Yep.
Yeah, this is a make do with what you have type of comp right here.
Yes,
where he's got the infamous Beast and Quillbore synergy here. Man, I feel like he might wipe out the next turn. We haven't checked in with Satellite for quite some time, but Satellite and Say are our 2 APAC players, our 2 Japanese players in the lobby who have been performing in the bottom half so far. It's a bit unfortunate if one of them has to take the other out here, but we do have Satellite with a very solid direction, taunted up his Omega Buster now, but curiously also taunts up the Deflectobot. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he is trying to get as much stats as possible, it looks like, and getting a res out of this is fine. He does have good direction and a triple in the shop as well, so he looks to be in a good spot, especially compared to what's going on the other side of the board with Say, but still doesn't have Baron or anything, so not quite there, and didn't get the full res because of positioning. So maybe... Oh yeah, because Baby Crush has the Reborn. I think
right.
Say is completely fine.
Yeah, Pile of Cards comp is getting there for Say. At least
Minion
for this
comp
fight.
good. Minion comp is what I like to call it. But yeah, that Reborn Crush is so much tempo and stats, and you know, there's no more 15 damage barrier anymore. We can be seeing a lot of damage coming out of these opponents, and now we're over to SJMR, who has enough health to stay alive. He's gonna have 2 health and a lot of minions in hand, including 2 buddies. He could do something interesting here where he uses both buddies at the same time to guarantee getting to his hero power minion the next turn. It's something we're likely going to see because he has 2 health unless he faces the ghost.
It's true. Bran also has synergy with the Maiev buddy of sort of speeding up the turn where you can unlock your dormant minion. So many players trying to go for some sort of mech strategy here. Obviously, the ones with double buster or single buster are way ahead here, but Can still has a very good setup with Ground Shaker here. A lot of shields care of the Mecharel, and he can keep regenerating these shields rather the blood gems with the gem splitter here. Has a module locked in the shop, which is huge because next turn he could attach that module to the Mecharel and do the infamous thing of putting that to the far right and a bunch of shields at the front. So if your opponent doesn't have a Wind Fury minion, that Mecharel can trade so many minions for 1.
I'm getting word now that because Hoff went out, Be Nice is guaranteed top 4. Be Nice is in a good situation. He will be moving on to tomorrow, but there's still 3 other slots up for grabs. Hoff's still in contention, obviously, but it is pretty close up at the top, so we all have to see.
Very exciting stuff, and for Be Nice, that's going to be such a huge relief, but he has, you know, the freedom to play for whatever spot he wants. Does he want to bully somebody else out of contention? Who knows? Right now, though, he is absolutely just playing to be as strong as possible with the Macaw double Omega Buster setup. He is 1 Baron away from being truly the strongest in the lobby. However, these Deflectobots are still putting in a lot of work here. Oh, I was going to say, if that Mecharel can get an early snipe on the Deflecto from Be Nice, it could still be a win for Ken.
Yeah, but not quite, unfortunately. But, you know, this still is looking quite close.
True.
And I want to point out Goddammit is in first place right now. And he was one of those people on the cusp who I said was going to win this game. He's going to turn this around and get it first. And he looks to be doing really well up there with Zephyrus. And Millhouse takes out Be Nice into 7th place, tied with Lich King and somebody else. Ooh, Maiev going down as well as JMR.
That is really rough because that's our two Chinese players out in 7th and 8th, but also Be Nice died?
Be Nice died.
And Kurt.
15.
Whoa, what happened here? That's insane. I thought Be Nice had an amazing board, but maybe he got zapped on the other side, taking a... wait, he didn't even have a Baron, but the zap could maybe try and hit Macaw. I don't know what attack the Deflectos were on. Something disastrous went on there, and that has huge implications for Say and Satellite. They had very few points leading into this lobby, but they're now both able to potentially take first place. And we have a very interesting end game situation here, Sasa, because at the start of the day, we talked about that sort of triangle of big stats beating mechs and beasts, the beasts beating poison, and then the poison beating the big stats. But we have pretty much just beasts and mechs across the board here on our top 4. Who comes out on top then?
I mean, it's so hard to say right now. I can't wait to see it go down. I'm just watching Goddammit's ordering to guarantee all these triples, and I was just mesmerized by he's put himself in a powerful position with these beasts, but beasts are one of those like mid-range comps that eventually fizzle out. So like, will this last versus Omega Busters? I don't know. He has a Seafood Slinger. He could transition, and that zap to take down the Baron.
Yeah, the zap is a huge deal here. I wonder if Satellite has had any time to pick up blood gems to play around Zap. Looks like he hasn't. That Baron is getting sniped right away, but it's a big deal that Satellite attacked first, so he could at least get some value from the Baron off the first Omega Buster. Will it be enough? Could be, because there is another Buster going off here, but the two Foe Reapers just don't have that much attack on them. They need to hit the perfect position here, I feel.
The Mama Bear dies before the Foe Reapers even attack. I was afraid those Foe Reapers were just going to hurt the Mama Bear, but she was able to hurt herself first. But these beasts are just so strong, and with the Rat Pack dying, that is going to be enough to take Satellite out into 4th place, putting Goddammit into the top 3.
Ooh, that is a huge deal. Like you said, Goddammit was right there on the cusp. And now Satellite being out, it's going to be very, very tough for him to try and secure a spot through to tomorrow. But once again, nothing these players who have died can do but wait and see. We have Sesese on the Blackthorn, still hanging in there with what we call the pile of stats comp. No real synergy going on. Somehow he's made it to top 3. This is what I like to see, you know. This is something that really separates a top Battlegrounds player from a mediocre one, I feel, which is trying to figure out the small outs you have to just stay in there and scrape for the best possible placement you can get, even though there's no obvious synergies with your comp.
Now we're looking at lots of Quillbore on the other side, some Bacon Relaxer, as well as a Bran and a Necrolite. Necrolite is very interesting because we do have a Foe Reaper that could use the stats from the Ground Shaker. But it's all about how can we do this play without making our board weaker. The Savannah Highmane isn't a ton of stats. So, I mean, knowing what Goddammit has, because we have the caster vision and we know that he has all these beasts, and I don't think he had a lot of taunts. That could be a huge move to get those gems onto the Foe Reaper.
That's true. Board space making it a bit awkward though. So Sesese, okay, he does get rid of it now, but instead of swapping gems, he's just going for maximum attack across the board, which, you know, if he's just looking to win the next immediate fight, this gives the Foe Reaper pretty much almost as much stats as it would have gotten from the swap, alongside buffing the rest of the board here. And it gets to snipe the cleave on the other side from Goddammit. Is that enough to win though? Because that Mama Bear plus Rat Pack is looking too scary, and this trade is pretty awful for Sesese.
Yeah, it's not looking good. There's a lot of stats online for Goddammit, and with 9 health for Say, it's looking like the end of the road.
Bit rough here, and we also got confirmation that Satellite is 100% out. So Sesese, I mean, he gets a decent amount of points here, but he was only working with 1 point going into this final lobby, so it's not looking great for him either. Again, we will wait to the end for final confirmation, of course, but for now it's going to be a head-to-head between two players that were just dominating the lobby. Goddammit and Ken still extremely healthy for this late in the game. Who is going to come out on top? It's the mechs with Mecharel and another Ground Shaker comp versus the Mama Bear with tokens.
Yeah, I mean, hitting a zap here is interesting. It goes with the Fellback, who's just going to cycle it out. This combo appears will likely lose to Beasts because the Beasts have so many tokens to eventually get through all these Divine Shields. And the attack just doesn't matter as much because of the Rat Pack and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I would think that Goddammit takes it here because of Rat Pack, and he can even try to get into another Rat Pack if he wanted to. It's better than the Goldrun, I think. But this is only taunted minion right now, so...
Yeah, pretty close. The board space is really tight here for Goddammit. I do think that Goddammit will win. I agree with you on that for sure, but it's not a guaranteed kill, especially with Ken on 27, which means that Ken has at least one more turn likely to try and tech around this. It's really difficult to do so though, because Goddammit isn't even particularly weak to Zap at the moment. He has... at this turn he'll be weak to Zap, but next turn not necessarily, because you know Quillbar are in, he can keep buffing the Baron, and we'll see how it pans out. I also want to point out that it is kind of interesting that Ken has this type of comp on Millhouse. This is one that requires a lot of rolling to hit all these Deflectos. Mechs in general need a lot of rolling, but he's made it work.
Yeah, that is impressive. Millhouse does not do well with heroes that don't offer ways to make rolling cheaper, or just battle cry. Millhouse is well with battle cry type of composition, so the fact that this doesn't have any battle cries and is just purely based on gem generation is quite impressive for a Millhouse.
I think we may have misevaluated here though, because it's looking like Ken is going to take a resounding victory here. I forgot to account for that Harvest Golem at the end there being the reset that he absolutely needed to make his board truly pop off, and it's going to be 11 damage through to Goddammit, and instead it's Goddammit who has to think about how to beat this board. The Mecharel refreshing so many times is a huge problem for him, and he's not easily able to get like a big Wind Fury minion in front to beat that. So what do you think he'll do here?
I think he'll recognize that the Goldrun Baron isn't what's keeping him in play. It's more of just having a bunch of tokens and looking for maybe a Mechano tank and more rats and getting out of the Goldrun Baron. I think that's what wins it, is just Ken's composition is very squishy. It can die very easily to some tanks, and so this Goldrun direction isn't quite the way he should have. It could be going. There's a Rattler over there, but again, it's not going to go on a token.
And if he buys this, there's so little money to work with left with a proper minion to end on, because he has to create space first to play the Rattler. And I guess the Baron can go out from here. I don't feel it's particularly helpful with the board
right.
state.
We need more space for the rats to proc. I do like it that he at least moved the Baron. There's another rat in the shop, but it's too late.
And he's not even freezing it. Wow.
Yeah. I think the look on his face is kind of like, I don't know. What could beat this too is a Wind Fury minion, but with no elementals, then you'd have to hit a Wind Fury Amalgadon.
Yeah. Does position the Baron as a shield procer, but he needs so many bumpers with this many refreshes on Mecharel. It just doesn't work out very nicely, but there is, you know, a decent amount of board space for the Rat Packs, but it doesn't die right away, but now it dies.
Guys, okay. Panic.
Now the rats need to shave off the shields here.
Yeah, there's just so many.
I still don't think Goddammit is going to get there. There's too many refreshes on the side of the Millhouse from Ken, which is so interesting to see. This Millhouse, if you covered the hero and showed me the board, I'd think this looks like a Vol'jin, maybe.
I wouldn't.
Glass cannon board.
But we still have time. We have 7 health. 7 health and a dream on this side. Passes by the Macaw, so is not interested in going into a Macaw build. Looks at the Ghoul.
Yes, that's huge.
The Ghoul is huge, but keep in mind that the Holy Mecharel will get the Divine Shield back. The Though the ghoul will go off twice.
Oh, if he keeps the Baron, yes, it will go off twice. I don't know if he has space to keep Baron if he's playing the Ghoul, though. It's really difficult to say, but the Ghoul will make a huge difference in that if Ken doesn't choose to respect it, the Deflecto bots could die at the beginning of the turn.
You think he likes the tank as much as I do? I just think it's a really cool tech to put in right now.
I can't completely remember the board state, but yeah, if it ends with like a couple Deflectos, they were all at 2 health, right? Or like the 2 ungolden ones, it could be a huge deal.
And it looks like we have a Necrolite in hand looking to transition the gems onto the Foe Reaper. We have to, he wasn't playing around Cleave before, and I wonder if his eyes will be aware of that Cleave.
Wait, so many actions. 2 seconds, but so many gems, no time, and he ends on 6 minions.
No.
Okay, maybe
Oh
the 6.
no. Oh no, Ken.
Yeah, and he gets ghouled here, which is a complete disaster. I was going to ask you if you thought that the ending on 6 minions was intentional, or if it's just a side effect of not having a good buy.
I mean, you can definitely end on 6 minions with the Holy Mackerel, because you just assume it gets the Divine Shield back, and then you attack with a Divine Shield. So it's not the end of the world with a Divine Shield or a taunted Divine Shield Holy Mackerel, but was not expecting this ghoul, was not expecting this board, did not give himself enough time to put the gems out, and that is going to be a rough loss for Millhouse Ken. Is it enough? It is not. We have one more round of this, and so now he has information. He knows about the ghoul. He's going to play out a gem to have some board space for a second Holy Mackerel, and that will be interesting too if he can taunt it.
And I love that we're ending the day on this very interesting endgame spot where both players don't really have the flexibility to completely transition out of their comp, but they can have a lot of mind games of how they position, because Goddammit will also know that Ken knows about the ghoul. And if he knows that he knows that he knows, then he can also potentially take out the ghoul, because it's not super good if Ken positions around it, or move the ghoul to a later position. And there's a lot of mind games to be had here. I'm super curious how Ken will approach it. He also has second Mackerel and an Argus, so if he wants, he could attempt the ping pong as well. So many ways to approach it.
Yeah, you have to give these pro players credit. They think about, what is my opponent doing to what I did, and what do I do to do a step above that? This goes through your mind. You have to play out the scenarios. How do you counter the counter that they're considering? And if they're considering that counter, then what do you do? Like, what are the best options? That all goes through your head in tournaments. Trust me when I say this. And it's a big minefield. But we do see this final battle. We did get a gas coiler in on Godammit's side, and the ghoul stayed in as well.
And Ken just didn't really play around ghoul attacking first still, maybe because he didn't really have a reset available, or a convenient one. The only real reset on this board is on the Mackerel itself, which has to stay on the far right. But it pans out in a decent way still, in that the first Deflecto bot got a value trade, so it's really only the second Deflecto that got wrecked by the ghoul here. Oh, and that
amazing cleave
on the Foe Reaper was going to be a big deal. However, like you said, it already got a lot of the work done here.
Yes.
A convincing victory for Ken.
Yes, Ken will take this lobby over Goddammit, giving him a second place, Ken a first place. And in just a second, we are going to see the results of what 4 players are moving on to tomorrow's final top 8 game. And it's close, so I have no idea.
That's right. I'm on the edge of my seat here, as well as the players are. I am sure they haven't really had the time, I think, to calculate the points. It was all about focusing on the game so far. But here are the final results. It's Be Nice and Ken tied for first with 14 points, and then a 3-way tie for 3rd through 5th, which according to our tiebreaker rules is broken by the player who has gotten the most amount of first places and then second places. So unfortunately for Goddammit, he is going to go out on tiebreakers here.
Oh, it's a hard pill to swallow, but yes, it was whoever gets the most first places win it. The first tiebreaker, Kurt got that. Hoff got the second one with the most amount of seconds. So unfortunate for Goddammit, he had a good comeback, but it just wasn't enough.
That is right, and that means that we have our top 8 for tomorrow completely locked in. Unlike Lobby A, though, our 4 representatives from Lobby B are not evenly distributed across the regions. We do have Be Nice and, Ken and Kurt making it through. I didn't get a screenshot there.
Oh, was it? Did they both make it through?
Yeah, I think we had double America's representation.
Yes! Yes!
No APAC
Sorry.
players. No.
Oh, I forgot to brag about that, about how the Americas are so stacked. Do we have the most players going through?
Yes, you do.
Oh, feels good.
One of them is your
Anyways.
constant tournament teammate in Educated Collins. Yes, Lissa, you get to brag here. I have to hold the L. However, we also need to sing the praises of Be Nice in particular, who has had such a consistent result here. Hoff as well, doing very, very well and representing China as one player going through. You'll love to see it. There's such strong competition and a very cool endgame situation here between Goddammit and Can, although that is really a heartbreaker for Goddammit. I'm honestly not sure who is favored to win this last fight, but it really all came down to that, to see who between Can and Goddammit would go through.
Yes, I'm so excited to be moving on to tomorrow and see our first ever Battlegrounds Czech format tournament. I don't think any community tournament has done Czech format yet that I've been aware of. So this will be very interesting watching it pan out tomorrow, where players are fighting to get to 20 points. And once they get to 20 points, the first person to get a first place will win the tournament. Tomorrow will either be a really short day or a really long day, which is fun for Gia, who lives on the other side of the world from me.
I don't know, Slissa. I'm completely wide awake. I had a lot of coffee. It's 3 a.m., but I am still raring to go for more Battlegrounds action, as I hope a lot of our viewers are as well. Fear not, we still have the second day, like you said, Slissa, tomorrow, which could go long or short, but I do think it's going to go longer because our players will be very much aware of who has the lobby in check, and they will be trying to bully that player to make themselves have a fighting chance towards the end here. But of course, we can see here our final players for tomorrow. Top 8, Educated Collins, Bayou, Ponpada, Babofat, Be Nice, Ken, Kurt, and Hoff. Okay, so it's a hard question. If not Collins, who are you cheering for the most?
I think Ponpada, he won my heart today with his gameplay. I became a big fan of Ponpada, as well as Be Nice. He just gave a very nice message to the community about how important it is to be nice to one another. And also Kurt, as we got to see him play Mr. Bigglesworth, which I think is just such a treat for the audience.
Right, we got 1.5 cheerers for Ponpada here, me and you, if not Collins. Ponpada, the last remaining APAC representative, but we do have 2 Chinese representatives as well. And I am also a new fan of Ken, to be honest. He has shown me more ways to play Millhouse because, like I said, Millhouse is my favorite hero, but I've kind of shoehorned myself into only playing Millhouse when Elementals/Pirates are in. He showed that you can still make it work with Murlocs in one lobby and then with Mechs in the other one, taking a first in that regard as well. Some very, very impressive stuff. So Lissa, day 1 of your official casting in the books. How does it feel?
Oh, it was so much fun, and it was just a blast because I got to do it alongside of you. I feel like I've always, looked up to you as a caster. So it was really a special moment for me, and I'm glad I got to be here for the first ever Lobby Legends, and I'm just very much looking forward to tomorrow.
Oh, I look up to you too as a content creator and a dog mom. I don't have any pets. I couldn't handle the responsibility.
Sorry about the dogs barking today, guys.
All right. Thank you so much for being here, Slissa. We will go through once again tomorrow to determine who will be the winner of the first ever Lobby Legends. And thank you to everybody who tuned in here on the main broadcast. Thank you to our co-streamers for pouring their time and effort into promoting Battlegrounds Esports. It was an amazing first day, I feel. A great debut for Battlegrounds Esports. Good luck to our top 8 players. And everybody stay tuned for a raid for Lee, who is one of the other prominent members of the Battlegrounds community. I believe he has qualified for 2nd Lobby Legends, and he's known as one of the most educational streamers and the creator of the Wall-Lee bot, which is very widely used by Battleground streamers. Lisa, any last words before I send us off to Lee?
Thank you so much for production and Sodal on the back end. If you enjoyed all the gameplay action, Sodal was behind the scenes getting us to the right games at the right time. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Everybody stay tuned for tomorrow as we find out who will be the first ever champion of Hearthstone Battlegrounds Lobby Legends. See you then.